Good evening, everybody. Look, there's two of me tonight because I've forgotten to turn off that camera. Welcome to another episode of the Elendor Chronicles, brought to you by the Component Cast. Before we get on with tonight's broadcast, there's a couple of things that we want to cover. The first one, which is something I was just discussing with the cast here, is there's a chance this might be the last episode of Season 2, depending on where we get to tonight. Because we're heading into the Christmas period. If you're unfamiliar with how we do things before, we tend to take off December purely because holidays get in the way, and also we need to ramp up production on some other projects, some of which you will see, and some of which you will find out more about tomorrow. So definitely tune in to the Zweihander game for that, or onto our YouTube channels for those as well. Not to mention, we'll also be releasing most of our backlog on YouTube throughout the month of December. So hello, hope you've had a good winter holiday. If you're seeing this post-facto. The second of which tonight. But yes, so in that regard, please join us on Discord. We'll be making announcements about what our plans are with certain shows, etc. there as well, and when our down period is definitely going to be. There will be a Christmas special that the Tuesday crew are also doing, which is going to be fun. That's going to be GM'd by Red Moogle in her first outing as a GM, at least on camera for us. So that's going to be an amazing time. Other than that, we have a couple of other things to cover, like the wonderful people over at Syrinscape. Yes, I'm segueing straight into Syrinscape. And also, I wanted to do another shout out for the fantastic Will Savino, who is the composer of the that we use for pretty much all of the Component Cast broadcasts. They were my Spotify Wrapped #1 artist this year. But you can find their music on Spotify under Music D20 or Will Savino. Definitely go listen to them. I use it to write to as well, because there's albums upon albums there now. But yes, we use Syrinscape, the wonderful people at Syrinscape, to take Will's music, put it on the site with the accurate disclaimers and such. And I use that to send it to my players across the globe. Literally 4 or 5 time zones in this game, and the Syrinscape Online player allows me to, do that in almost real time. Other than that, they also have a free version which you can use to get yourself started. It has a free iOS or Android app, or there's a free app for your PC that you can get through their website. 20 free sound sets to get you started. Go to Syrinscape.com for more. But without further ado, I'm not going to hold back. Let's get on with tonight's episode. Shall we? So we are back. Who would like to do the recap? Anyone in particular? Do I have any volunteers, or do I have to?
Somebody's gonna want that inspiration, guys. Come on. Nobody? No brave soul's gonna try and get the inspiration for this?
Do you know what? I know who should do the recap. Jane.
Yes.
Why don't you give us the recap?
I'll do my best.
Ooh, not me.
So, last we left off, we had just finished up a big combat session where we stole the lenses that we were going after and some other components for the spell cannon. Our companion Gourd got grabbed and is now held captive on the flagship. Do we have a name for that? I don't remember if we got an actual name.
Nobody got a name, no.
Okay. And we all started deliberating as a group as to where our next step was. Most of us all agreed that Gourd does need to get rescued. But there's other important things going on right now that we need to attend to first. Along the way, a new member of the party got joined, James Willoughby, very curious individual that Zedaar has taken a keen eye to, figuring out what his backstory is. And I'm pretty sure we just left off trying to figure out what our plan was for going after the flagship and rescuing Gourd, and then calling in our own skyship and getting ready to deliver this stuff to where it needs to go.
Yeah, I'll say that is that's a good one. You can have your point of GM inspiration right there. And yes, we introed a new party member that kind of is going to be playing as Gourd was captured and held prisoner upon one of the Eladrin flagships. But we left off with our party doing some research and also trying to decide on what they were going to do currently right now. So I guess I throw it to you, party. What would you like to do today?
Well, Zedaar and Valmir are also trying to forge a letter as if it was coming from Valmir's mother.
Yes.
And I was also trying to help out Zep in his research on the lens. So I guess I'm just going to keep bouncing between those two kind of deals.
So you're taking some downtime. Where would you like the ship to go? As currently, you've just been sort of circling the Bay of Gold kind of thing. Or at least you've got on board. It's been a couple of hours. So you've been just in a general sort of, let's move away from Repri. But is there anywhere specific you would like to tell Marcus to go with the ship?
Nothing springs to mind.
We don't want to move too far away from Repri.
Yeah, if we move too far away, then that's basically acknowledging we're not going back for Gourd.
We
At the same
can't
time,
get him.
We're not leaving without him.
Yes, we are.
No, we're not.
You gonna swim home?
You gonna mutiny the ship?
You're not in charge.
Nor are you.
I had the best interest of this world at heart, Valmir, and I don't want to leave him behind any more than you do. But think big picture here. What
I'm
matters
thinking
more?
big picture.
Let me finish. What matters more? What would Gourd wish us to do? What would any of us wish us to do? Think with your head, not your heart.
If we don't use our hearts, then what are we even doing? Just being cold and calculated, and that's...
One life versus the reclamation of the entire Bay of Gold, so we may be able to get him back?
This wasn't the point we were getting to. If we are coming up with a plan to try and understand what situation we could do with Gourd, then we shouldn't be leaving. Because if there is a chance, then it should be acknowledged. If this is a plan that is to capture Gourd at a later date, to find a way to get him somewhere else, then where should we be going to extenuate with that? Regardless of what we're doing, we should have a decision of what is the current plan.
The whole purpose of this mission was to get the lens back to Nardathel. If we go back and that is compromised, we all die, or the thing is reclaimed or destroyed, then this entire endeavor would be pointless, as will Gourd's capture and possible death.
To answer your question, I think every member of this party would do probably the same as Gourd. He's very self-sacrificial. It's super noble and it's commendable, but at the same time, that kind of act is something that should be followed up by the rest of the party being equally noble in trying to save that person.
Noble sacrifice should not be followed up by a future noble sacrifice.
Or suicide run. I'm not saying not to rescue him. I'm saying do it when we have the resources and capability to do so without compromising everything we currently have.
Yes, but do we know how much time your friend actually has? I mean...
No. He could be dead right now.
That is very true, but...
The Eladrin Empire evidently does not have a habit of executing the people that it captured, so... There is no hurry into that. Is there information that Gourd knows? Is there something that he can be interrogated and learn?
Could he be ransomed? Could he be traded, perhaps for this... Lipless?
We don't have him.
Did any of you know the value of your friend as far as to the greater world? Like, what he might fetch for a price? Is he ransomable? Is that something that you think he is?
Depends on how much they know about us. I think the most likely offer that they would come up with is a trade of Gourd for the lens.
Which is not going to happen.
I agree that would make everything that your friend did to get it, and then now be it caught, would just make it pointless.
I'm aware, and I'm not saying we take that deal. I'm saying that there is opportunity in that deal. There is opportunity to get both.
For exploitation is what you're saying.
Indeed.
You may have a point, actually. If we do not... We may be able to get something which we could trade in exchange. It is not necessarily the lens, but what if we capture one of their high-ranking officers in exchange, equally?
I repeat, what if we go back to Nardathel and grab Lipless?
We have no idea where he is.
And would the Eladrin really want him?
Not familiar who this Lipless is, but yes,
That's my brother. Yeah.
tracking down
Oh,
this
you have a brother?
unknown individual whom could be literally anywhere in the lands, that seems like a wild goose chase.
Well, wasn't he captured by...
He escaped.
Yeah, just to clarify, he escaped, but Ruby was dead when that happened, so Sol might not know that.
Yeah, Sol doesn't know that's why she's...
He escaped in the
escape
same
from the people?
fight where
Yeah.
Ruby fell.
Oh.
Yep.
Well. What about the Rhiannian? Might they have a prisoner already ready to exchange?
I assume there's prisoners on both sides already. It's, I guess worth a shout, but I don't know. Nardathel would not be where those prisoners would be.
How far is Nardathel away?
4 days? 4 or 5 days?
You want to make your friend almost stay on the flagship and get tortured for a fortnight. Is there any other faster means of transportation of these lenses back to the hands that'll be able to, ascertain better their methods?
No.
I'd argue those hands are already on this ship.
Ah,
We are the fastest method.
And also the best way of understanding these lenses is to give Zep the time and space he needs to understand them.
well.
Weren't we going to give them to Nardathel? Was that not the entire point of this mission? To give Nardathel a fighting chance to reclaim the Bay of Gold.
I think it would take more than just one lens to do that.
Depends
The
if we
idea
can
was to
create a working
jumpstart.
prototype. Sorry.
The idea was to jumpstart research. It was to put the situation where it was no longer a one-sided conflict. Technology to spread to balance the odds. That is the whole reason that we came to Redbury in the first place.
Well, does the Narthelians have anything, any mages, any wizards, or those of the arcane arts that we can get in contact with, and then hopefully maybe get them here to, teleport or transport it through arcane means in a faster way than us taking 4 days travel there and then 4 days travel back?
Not known to me.
Is there
What
anyone
about
we can
those?
contact?
What about those paladin cleric people that were going to bring Ruby back?
Wrong school of magic.
What about the archmage that was already studying the lenses?
Yeah, him. Yeah.
Says, who is that?
The Errol or
Sorry,
something.
I'm just making sure that information and characters that you have met haven't been just forgotten.
Thank you, Darius. That was a great idea.
If we have a way of contacting him, our old way of doing sendings, that was Zedaar. He is not here anymore.
I cannot.
Neither can
And
I.
I would still be concerned about teleporting away from here. The chance of a flub and
Well,
it being
what I
ruined
mean
entirely.
What I mean is they come to the ship. Like, we bring the ship to a secure location that we can monitor and manage, and we have them teleport in and then teleport back out with the equipment that they need. That way it leaves us a little bit closer.
Like I was saying, the opportunity of a teleport to completely flub out and then they're deposited in the ocean.
They would at least need to be familiar with the ship, I think. I'm not sure that he has ever been on board.
And we still don't have a way to contact him.
No.
The
I
other
say
option is to get as close as we can, maybe with some of the paladins in the castle, and have them escort the lens and the prototypes to an authority. May save us a day or two, maybe.
Saves all the heartbreak I can muster, and believe me, it is considerable. But I think our best bet is to get this back to Nardathel, and then find out what we can do from there to rescue Gourd.
I agree. I'm not against that. I'm just saying if we could find someone else to provide the courier service of these items, then why not?
We are the fastest method, short of teleportation magic, which I can't do, and I don't think anybody can come here who can. Ruby's showing up a little bit more and more every day.
Sir,
Yep.
would you... Do you have the means to create a visible copy of this lens? A duplicate, maybe not in every one of its properties, but from a distance, it would look the same?
It would need to be a much smaller version, but yeah, I can make an illusion which looks the same.
Because if they do come up with this trade offer of, Gourd for the lens, showing up with a fake could be something we could think of doing. It wouldn't last as a deception for long, but long enough to grab Gourd and get out of there, maybe.
Technically, we may not even need the lens anymore. As long as I know what the material is, we can recreate our own.
That works.
You recovered some shattered pieces, correct? Anything large enough to kind of, I don't know, maybe mend back together? And then we use that as a mock piece? So we're actually providing something physical that we can attach an illusion to? To make it a little bit more convincing.
Let me see what my abilities are. It will not be anything solid, however, unless we actually make another lens. With a bit more time, I might be able to tell what materials are needed in making these lenses, and then create one for them.
I'd be happy to assist in any way possible.
I still have my doubts they're going to want the lens back.
I do too.
The
do
legend
not think
seemed
they would just want
fairly
one.
interested in stopping my escape with it.
Of course, they don't want
Just-
us to have the information, but this is something where if we already have it, then it's a moot point.
My
They
thinking
replace
was.
these regularly.
My thinking is, what if we took one of their officers that is already on the island? Maybe even the matriarch.
We want to
It is not what they would expect.
Do you really want to
Potentially.
launch? Do you really want to launch another attack after the one that you just did? They're already on high alert.
I think we need to get this back to Nodafel and then we decide what's next.
It would be the safe thing to do. If there's nothing that Gourd can tell them that will jeopardize anything that we're doing here, sometimes a noble sacrifice is a noble sacrifice. It is not a martyrdom with which for the rest of us to rise to greater standards. It is a sacrifice so that the goal that we came here originally for can be accomplished.
And there is also the greater goal beyond even this war.
Yes.
You do make a very valid point.
The seals of Elendor are still being attacked.
We do have another slightly less safe option, but there is a smaller airship on board this airship still.
That we
So we
have a
can-
lifeboat.
Essentially, but we could send that back with the lenses and the designs to Nadathel.
One
Do we have
good air moat, one thunderstorm that we saw before. Would it survive that?
It is not without risk.
I mean, it's not without
This-
risk of us bringing it back ourselves. I mean,
This is risk we can manage, and this lens is why we came here. Anything to do anything less would be tantamount to suicide. And a complete waste of our time and efforts. We all knew this when we left.
I mean, most of us.
I know Zaraj is not going to stop until he's rescued.
She's right.
Well, why not throw a couple options on the table and assign numbers and we'll roll the dice?
There's actually another option, perhaps. We stay here, break Gourd out, and send the Skyfire back to Nadathel.
That may seem like an option, but that is assuming that we have the manpower to do it. As we've already seen, the number of troops that the Eladrin have to bring to bear here is substantial.
And they're
How
only
large?
going to get more soon.
How large is the second ship?
Not very. It is the one that we found with my apprentice and the other students.
How big was the garrison here, did we say? About, what, 2,000 people?
Currently, about that.
Yeah, we fought 30.
Yeah, you mean their other ship, not our other ship.
No, I mean our other ship. Like, how many people are fitting on it?
10.
Yeah.
The small one?
S2,
Yeah.
and that's squeezing.
Yeah, there was 5. It was pretty cramped when it had like it's essentially a hot air balloon with a slightly bigger bucket in terms of size.
Mm-hmm.
Think slow moving Black Hawk helicopter in terms of amount of people.
Like we have this attempt at forging a letter from my mother to deceive the High Matron to try and get her to bring Gourd to Kensek. There is the potential to intercept that transfer But not if we go back to Nardathel. None of the options that we've discussed on rescuing Gourd work if we go to Nardathel now.
I know. But if we go after him now and fail, then all of it is for naught.
And we don't fail. It's as simple as that. We just win.
That is dangerous optimism to have.
That is stupid optimism.
Yes, but it has found its way in a lot of pinnacles in history. I mean, come on now.
Who are you?
Someone who's speaking sense.
My name is James.
Hence,
James Willoughby.
you want to attack the fat entire elven army to rescue somebody you met 5 months ago.
No one's saying attack all of the elven army. That's
He is on
obviously
their
suicide.
warship.
Yeah, there's not 2,000 on their warship, and the majority of the people on that warship are sailors. They are not soldiers.
I'd beg to
Even-
differ. They're probably all soldiers that are also capable of sailing.
In the same way that our crew are sailors capable of fighting.
Only because Darius decided that should be the case.
And that is
You
various
said
for the pet
nobody-
project. This is a formal army militia that is sailing on this ship.
And
We
another
cannot-
option that I mentioned that we've not really delved into is we have a large crew of combat capable sailors on this ship right now. They are capable. Darius has made sure they are capable. They could help. It doesn't have to be just us.
This is something, the more we discuss it, it comes to realize that this is not something that is going to be settled one way or the other. So I will have to propose this for us. If there can be a single competent plan that is arranged, and Breton looks at Saul when he says this as if he's almost about to apologize for saying it. We should make one attempt. One attempt to say that an attempt was made, but we do not risk our necks for it. If it looks like it is going wrong, we leave. If it looks like something is going to go pear-shaped about it, we leave. We do not sacrifice ourselves in an attempt to save someone. We make a solid attempt with a damn good plan that has a reasonable chance of success, and we call that the attempt. If it fails, we leave. Does that sound reasonable to everyone?
One shot from one of their spell cannons is all it would take to disable this entire ship.
They do not have any more. Not here.
Their warship doesn't have one?
That is the one that
The one you stole.
Oh. I thought it had one this entire time. That's awkward.
If anything, we may have the advantage if I can recreate one, even if it is one of a lesser power.
Which is why I'm saying one attempt to rescue Gourd. Just to put everyone's minds at rest so we can, as a unit, work forward towards the goals that we need to work forward to.
If we can silently bring our ship close to their flagship and drop us and 100 of our men, we can take their ship for ourselves, and not one of their little escorts is going to be able to do a thing about it.
You're suggesting that we drop a crew in on a ship and sail it away.
Yes.
I kind of like your style, but it is a bit...
What are they going to do about it? The escort ships? They don't have the deck height to attack
Scuttle
their
it.
flagship.
They can scuttle it before we can take it. One charge at the bow stern.
Sure,
It's done.
they could scuttle their main flagship. I don't believe they're going to do that, though. And if they do, are they going to do it with all of their men on board? No.
To keep us from capturing it? Absolutely they would. I would. and I don't even like them.
I would also point out that their ship is probably not fully crewed. They are most likely on shore. They need the manpower there.
And it is apparently one of the fastest ships in their fleet. If we can sail away with that thing...
Correction, that's not the flagship. That's been a recurring thing. That's not the flagship. That ship is docked next to the flagship. As a reminder, that was covered last week.
That was the other concern that we had. It is not just the flagship. It is the flagship and the mothership, for a lack of calling it, the governor's ship. There are 2 ships that we have to worry about.
Can you give us
one of those did have a cannon on it, right, Midge? I think it was the governor's ship had a cannon on it.
She doesn't have a spell cannon, but they are they're armed. I'm not saying that they're not armed. Just no one, as far as you're aware, no one has a spell cannon.
We also don't know which one Gourd is on.
Why don't we take a bit of time to do a little reconnaissance, see what their manpower is, maybe gather more information, because it seems like we're taking a lot of shots in the dock here.
And my point of let us do what we can to find out what would constitute an actual good plan rather than jumping at leads.
I agree. If you'd like, I'll take to the streets and I'll work my charms maybe and see what I can find out. I imagine our cat friend here can navigate the streets as well, fairly sufficiently, and let's see what we can find.
Zep,
Maybe
would you
let's
be
use that
able to...
fancy new spyglass that you have. Let's, fly around a little bit. See what we can see.
I was about to suggest this. We have the advantage of being able to see at a great distance.
Zep, is there any mechanical doodad that you can make or create or magic up or whatever it is you do to be like, if we do end up going with a plan to drop more than just ourselves onto the decks of their ships, is there any way that you can make something to allow the rest of the crew to not go splat?
It would be a test of my skills, but there are many ways of alleviating a drop, magical and mechanical.
Because I know
we could This ship also goes up and down. We could just do a landing from this vessel.
A landing on their ship?
Why not? It is just a vessel boarding maneuver.
Zep, how quickly do you think you could get a prototype of that spell cannon working on our ship that one of us could use?
DM, how quickly do I reckon I can get a prototype of that spell cannon?
It
working
depends
the
on
ship
what
that
you
we can
want it
use?
to do.
Mechanical question. Go ahead, Zep, sorry.
I was just going to say, we could probably, if I understand the theory behind this, make it work with just a couple of lenses, not all of them, but the power will be much diminished. Each lens, even if it is not used in the spell itself, multiplies the power of the spell.
Enough to disable their ships, not capture. Disable them so they can't run. Cause them enough hate and discontent, or then we can then board. A ship that cannot fight or run is a dead ship.
Take out their masts, which is always the weak point.
It also depends on whether we want to take their ship for ourselves.
I think that might be too many resources for us to manage as such a small
You're
group.
expanding the scope of the mission, Balmir. We need to get Gourd. Go in, smash them so they can't chase us or flee. Get Gourd, get out.
There are 2 ways of disabling a ship. Take out the masts and or the sails. Take out the helm.
Rudders as well.
Fire does quick work to ships, but I know that we have a little bit of a touchy subject on that one.
If it is used as a weapon of war as opposed to indiscriminate, I have less of a problem.
I mean, let's for burning the sails, we can shoot some fireballs or something at them. Or some flaming jars.
Or just make holes in the sails. There are many things I can do. Fragmentation.
Yes, but as quickly as possible to destroy the mast and the sails. little bit of fire might help.
Saul, I know that Ruby had quite an affinity for fire magic. What kind of destructive spells do you have? I'm not sure of your current capabilities. I'm not questioning your capabilities. I'm saying I don't know what you have
Out
at
of
your
her
disposal.
repertoire, I carry only Firebolt.
Firebolt is one of those beam spells that can be manipulated.
Yes, that's what I was aiming at.
Do we have any materials to create these lenses?
That
do
is
you
the
have-
other question. We
do
do
you-
not know what they are made of.
You do not know what they are made of yet. No.
Could we make it out of the shards of glass from the lenses? Like, you have enough shards of 6 lenses that you scooped up? Can you melt them down and convert it into one?
I would hazard a guess that we could perhaps make a handheld weapon with such capabilities, kind of looking here at the DM.
That's where my mechanical question was going to come in. The spell mending, would that work on restoring the lens's physical structure and maybe not like the coatings or whatever that were on them?
Don't know. But from the knowledge of the spell mending, it doesn't fix magic items. It creates a non-magical...
Mundane item, yeah.
Yeah,
The
mundane...
wording there is wonky. It cannot restore magic to an item if it
Yes.
has lost the magic, but if a magic item is damaged, it can repair a magic item as long as
Yes.
it is still magical.
Yes.
Do you have any means of magically undoing the damage that was done, I guess? And I could use some of my alchemical expertise to maybe produce the coatings that need to go on them?
Working together. The main thing that I think that we would need is a proper place to work, which would probably take a day or two to create the lens shaping devices and glass blowing capabilities we would need.
Well, I have an idea. Why don't we leave the small ship here for us? We send the large ship back with the lenses to Nardathel, the ones that we don't need, the one solid one that they can start research on, correct? And then we leave the small one here for us to do our reconnaissance and then catch up later.
The small one is much slower.
Yes, but we can have them stop in their travels and we can catch up. They can do a holding pattern?
If we send the Skyfire to Nardathel with the lenses and then have it come immediately back, once it's dropped it off, it could meet us halfway, that kind of thing.
It's still a 10-day at least.
It's
Yes,
the
because
fastest
there's
way that
time
the
here.
lenses will reach Nardathel, which is what you want. It's
If
just
we're
we're
going
not
to
with it.
enact any plan to rescue Gourd, we need time to plan. Taking a few days to do that is not the worst decision. Take some days, give them some time for the Skyfire to make its way back to the Nardathel, and we can operate under the assumption that that is going to be time we need to spend anyways.
There is also another option here. We just need to get closer and then send the smaller airship. The closer it is to land, the less danger it is from being shot from the sea.
Do you have a workshop on the Skyfire? It's the name of your ship, correct?
It is.
Am I a gnome? Of course I do.
Well, then why don't we use that 2 days to plan and build? We get that 2 days closer, we send the small ship, we know that it'll be mostly secure from there, and then we'll take those other 2 days to come back, that's our 4 days, to give us time to plan, build, maybe recreate a small handheld cannon, and we go from there.
Of which, Zep, I want you to get at least 6 hours of sleep both nights.
No promises.
If I'm working beside you, we'll definitely be taking breaks for sleep. It's very important. Doctor's orders.
No
Okay.
promises.
So, what is the plan?
It is the best option that I've had so far.
I think we're going to depart for a couple of days on the Skyfire, Zep and...
Willoughby.
Thank you. I was going to say Wallaby.
I've been called worse, but Appreciate you trying to stay correct.
Work on the lenses. We'll try to come up with a plan. Baron, myself, and Valmy will try to come up with a plan to rescue Gourd.
Okay. So, you tell Marcus to chart course towards Nardathel. And you let the silhouette of Repri fall beneath the clouds as you move away. So, research. Where would you like to start with the research?
Probably trying to find out what the material of the lenses is.
Sure thing. So, I take it you are going to be trying to break down one of the shards to form its material component kind of thing.
Give me a second. I might have a way of making this a little bit easier.
Okay.
Did I get rid of that spell or not? I did. Damn. Wait, can I change? Yeah, I can change spells at will. Do we have any pearls on board?
You can change spells during a long rest.
Yeah.
So presumably if we have rested, it's something you could have prepared going into doing all this.
Yeah. But do we have any pearls on board?
Ruby had a pearl. I've got one.
If I can borrow that, I can use identify spells. It would make this much easier.
She will give it to you.
And then, yeah, I will do what I must with the shards to find out what the material is, but I will not break down the big one.
No problem. Okay, let me... Can you drop identify in chat for me so I can read it?
I will need to check it again, but yeah, I can do this. Spells. Identify. Why is it not appearing? That's weird. Spells. All. Apparently identify doesn't exist.
Do you have the module loaded?
Yeah. I see all of the books. Just a player's handbook.
I have it right here. I'll drop it in chat. Oops.
You need to own it first.
Own can be shared, yeah.
I temporarily know identify.
Oh, there it is. I got it.
Yeah, right.
Beat me to it.
Okay, choose an object that you must touch. The casting a spell, magic item is something you don't know to learn properties and how to use them. For the attunement. Closed while I was reading it. Now it's trying to create a new spell.
Whether it requires attunement to use, how many charges it has, if any. You learn whether any spells affecting the item and what they are. If the item was created by a spell, you learn what spell created it. If instead you touch a creature without, throughout the casting, you learn what spells, if any, are currently affecting it. Didn't know that property. That's interesting.
Yeah, that's actually really cool. How many times has identify been used on a creature?
Not many.
Well, I mean, I imagine you'll end up brushing up against me at some point in our working if you use that.
Well, I think it's you have to cast it on.
Oh, okay. Yeah, cast at them. Okay.
Okay. You cast identify. Which are you casting it on? The bigger lens for identify, or are you casting it on one of the shards?
Do it on the big lens first. See what happens.
Okay. So, you identify the lens of transmutation. This object is a part of the spell canon, but in itself once attuned to this object itself, gives a +3 to spell save DC and attack when transmutation spells are cast through it, and it amplifies the effect of transmutation spells, but that will depend on how the spell itself is shaped. Quite at a GM's discretion, but that's less of it. You learned that this spell, this was created in some part using the fabricate spell. Or at least parts of it were. Doesn't hold any charges. Yeah, it doesn't have any charges, but it does require attunement.
Being attuned to a cannon. That is an interesting thought.
Have you ever seen them set it up before?
I saw them took it down.
Maybe the attunement is part of the setup process. It's quite interesting.
Probably wish I had disintegrate as a spell.
Yes, but how much of the actual ship would it affect, and how much of its surrounding individuals would it affect?
I suppose it depends on what you cast it on, right?
Do I learn anything about the material this thing is made of? Would that count as a property? I am quite happy to make a artificial lore roll to support, if you wish me to.
I don't think it means properties in that sense. There's properties and how to use them. I think that means it's magical properties rather than what elements it's made of. So I would have to say that it would be methods of artifice that you would need to use to back what's it called? What's it when you
Reverse engineer?
Reverse engineer. I was going to say backcraft. That's
compatibility.
Yeah.
I mean, I imagine that's what
I mean,
was
it's a
used back then.
synonym.
Yeah.
It's like playing. It's like a wingdings. Reverse engineer the product itself.
The next step would be to sort the fragments that we have by type, if we can do that by visual.
Oh yeah, you can definitely do that. I think you got how many like collections of gun parts did I say you picked up with yours?
I'm fairly sure it was 11, but I can double check this.
Yeah, and Gourd got 1.
Yeah, but Gourd didn't get his.
I would have collected it for 2 Zap. Like, I wouldn't have just tossed it in my bag. I would have given it to him at some point when he left off, yeah.
You didn't
And
do
that
that in
goes
the
12.
combat though, so.
Oh, my apologies.
Yeah.
Yeah, you were already gone by then, so yeah, 11.
Okay. Give me a D20 roll. Let's see how many of these are like lens glass themselves.
Oh, that bounced off of natural 20. I don't know why that didn't show, but it was a 14.
Okay. So we'll say about 7 of them are.
7 of them are what, sorry?
The actual like lens glass shards and fragments.
So 4 would be frame.
Or other parts of the mechanism.
slash mechanism.
Yeah.
Then yeah, I think that we must try to identify what these lenses are made of. So I think we will take a piece from the second largest. And if James is willing to assist me in this, try to work out what this is made out of.
Absolutely. My mind is at your disposal.
Do you suppose we could intimidate the elves into giving up?
Have you ever intimidated an elf before?
Well, think about this. You show up on an airship, Zepp's, even if he doesn't make it work, we could point the proverbial gun at their head, give up, surrender your vessel, surrender Gourd, and you'll be able to walk away with your lives.
I don't think that's gonna work.
You're entering us into a standoff.
The Eladrin are nothing if not pompously proud.
And
what if they
pride,
call our bluff?
They would never accept surrender. That's...
surrender the prisoner. Pride, once broken, is very, very difficult to repair. Trust me, I know.
I believe this was brought up last time, but if we go and do that and it goes south, then they're gonna know the real value of your friend. And that you want him back.
Yes.
Okay.
But
Right
is that
now we
value
have
worth all of
supplies.
their lives, their ship, and their crewmates?
I think we have to make a
Don't
big
really
enough
have a
show of
smoke yet.
force first.
I like the idea. I just think that they might call our bluff on it before we have any way of intimidating them, actually.
Let's try not to make it
help. You
abrupt.
could make a demonstration.
So you have you have out of those 7 shards, you have 1 blue, 1 yellow, 2 that seem to have a bit of a purple hue, 1 with a green hue, and the rest are red.
Amplification.
And what color is the big lens?
Orange.
Amputation.
So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 2 red. 7. And how many schools of magic are there?
8 or 9?
Standard schools of magic, there are 8, and then there are various peripheral schools, which haven't really been categorized, or various extra schools that are like sort of combo schools.
Not a lot of divination beam spells either.
But there's like, for example, the magic that goes with the Warforged, for example, that's a peripheral school that doesn't normally fall in the standardized category of magic, but the main established school has 8, if I remember my wheel of magic. Like a color wheel.
Did you know there was a time when some spells of certain schools disabled other spells of certain schools?
Was that 2nd edition?
Yeah.
It is one of the reasons why being a conjurer specialist was good, because its opposite was divination.
And who cares about that?
Okay, so we are missing 2 of the colors, most likely. As we have
Which one?
6: orange, blue, yellow, purple, green, and red.
Do you know what colors we have? What each school correlates to?
That, I would say, an identify spell could pick up.
Well,
I mean, you can mount one of these lenses and you can blast the spell through it and we can see what happens.
or blow up the ship.
This orange one
Well,
is
that's why science is
transmutation.
fun. You never know what's going to happen.
That's why science and magic are so often in conflict, because testing with science is good and you learn more, but if you test with magic, you could end up blowing up your city.
Oppenheimer would like to have a word with you.
I don't know this Legrungslander.
He is quite a famous theorist, actually.
It's actually
His works
open
haven't
humor
reached.
in this.
Yeah, he is a necromancer. They opened him up.
He had become death after all.
Kind of a fat boy.
Oh my gosh, I'm gonna have to create a lich code that now.
You think that it doesn't already exist? You think it doesn't already exist? Oh, but now I want to play a necromancer called. That's the real one. So, what would you like to do with your shards?
I think the first thing would be identify spell. Well, I'm trying to remember, how on earth did I identify the lens of transmutation? Because that was just done through Artifice, wasn't it?
Yeah, you managed to essentially translate, because this one was fully intact. You had all of the arcane runes, the inscripting. You basically worked out that this was the primary transmutation lens.
Gotcha.
Not
Then-
to pull away. Oops, sorry.
With the shards that I have, can I infer the size of the lens from any of those shards?
Yes, you can definitely pick out that the red lens was the second biggest.
Having seen up close the full thing, before it was taken apart, can I tell Zep what I saw? Can I make a small? Can I, using minor illusion, make a 5 foot by 5 foot little model of the gun?
Okay, give me a perception check. Let's see how
Are
those
you
are.
going to create a holographic shadow for us to build up into?
I'm going to use a point of luck, 'cause I think this is important. So that's a 9.
Any flash of genius coming in here?
On a 9. That is important. Alright, 1.
Okay.
14.
So,
Were you pointing out the bits that I got wrong from my memory?
so Valmy produces a hologram of what looks to be a gun, with the transmutation, then a red one, then the blue and the purple one are kind of mixed in the middle. Not sure which way around they are. Then it seems to be a yellow one, a white one.
Hang on,
Wait, no, was there a green one in there? It's like the model was trying to change as Valmir was straining his memory.
Valmer is so much like me. It's
He's like
fucking crazy.
he's like 60% there. But it kind of put it this way. Zep, you see this and you notice that it matches almost like a prism of how light would spread.
In the correct order?
Seems so. Well, roughly.
Mordred is going to need to look up the order of a prism.
Red, orange, yellow, green,
Red
blue,
and
violet.
yellow and pink and green. No, that's the rainbow. Never mind.
It's slightly different, but it's close to. At least
Also,
the
the song is just off.
Orange. Well, it goes red, then orange, but in this case it went orange, then red,
Mm-hmm.
then yellow. But you said that blue and purple were the next one after yellow, so it is not anything like it.
We're also
Val-
going off of
Valmir's
Valmir's memory.
memory.
So
So if you're to
you might
wait,
have
it's
them
like
in the
a
wrong
prism.
order.
if you want to instruct me to change my illusion to suit what you want, then I'm willing to do that.
Valmir, have you ever seen a rainbow?
I lived underground for the most part, and it's not really been too rainy. Have we seen a rainbow in the time that we've been playing D&D in this campaign? Because if so, yes.
Yes. I will say yes, you have, actually, because there's been a lot of rain.
Okay,
Oh, we
yes.
can just use create water in front of a light beam, and then we can create our own rainbow.
Well, let's see.
I don't have create water.
I have water, and I have a squeezy bottle. Yeah, squeeze.
Wait, we can go see
The
Moses.
artificial way of great water.
That's just
Okay.
me saying that, yeah.
Give me an
I
artificer
can
check.
do this.
Give me an artificer check.
Okay.
Now come the high rolls. Let's go.
And that is not a high roll, but it is still a 15.
Okay.
What the fuck?
When comparing the glass shards and trying to put them in order, you definitely feel like, because obviously there are extra colors that appear outside of a prism, plus of the nature of their how much weight, for example, they're pulling in the scale, that some of these lenses, whilst being bigger, aren't necessarily, it's not necessarily that they form in a size order. So whilst the transmutation one is the biggest and is the first, and then it's followed by what it seems like it is followed by the red one, there are variations in size throughout the scale, and the order you think it's in is orange, red, green, blue, purple, white, black, yellow.
And that also reveals that the ones we are missing are the white and the black.
Oops.
Oh yeah, I definitely
But
remember
yes.
seeing a white and a black lens.
Yes, I would say that with Valmir's memory, you would have gotten that. And also, it's like you find like on like one of the like ring parts that you get, like a tiny sort of like tooth of glass, where it like shows the color.
Okay, so we have those. Do any of these resemble cut gemstones?
Ooh.
Because I know how fabrication works. It is a spell that takes a bunch of resources and then makes it into something.
Correct.
So if they have a handful of gemstones, they could make a lens out of those gemstones.
Give me... I'm not sure if this will count under artifice because of the material. But you might have come across it as a material, to be fair, because of certain connections with Legoland's End. I'm going to allow 2 people in this party to do a check here, just because of naturally where they come from. Valmir and Zeb, give me a history check. Or trying to, if you have an applicable profession background as a check, will allow you to add that or use that in some way. But I don't think I'm not sure 100% it would be artifice. This might actually lean more on your Legrongslander as a background. Because looking at it, you don't think it's gemstones.
Are my crafter skills?
I'm gonna use another look.
I will say as well, Valmir, you have a lower DC on this.
I do.
Mm-hmm.
Still gonna use a look.
I am trained in blacksmithing, carpentry, navigation, thieves' tools, tinker's tools, and sky vehicles. Plus, I am automatically proficient in any tool because of my multi-tool. But whether that would work for knowledge, I would
I don't-
allow you to say no.
I don't think it does work for knowledge, especially as where this material comes from.
Okay.
I'm good at chess.
Valmir,
Yes. 12.
you hold up one of these shards of glass to the light, and the shimmer reminds you of an old stained glass in Kensit Keep, made of a naturally forming glass from the Underdark.
Do I know what this glass is called?
Yes. Well, yeah, you know what it comes from. Comes from flail snails.
The what now?
Flail snails.
Flail snails.
Yes.
This looks like flail snail glass.
I got a 22.
When he
What?
says that, Zep, you recognize the word of flail snail and like what these creatures are, because obviously Legrand's land also has a huge connection to the Underdark, and flail snails are seen as a pest where in Legrand's land, because the creatures literally eat through rock. They tunnel through rock and stone and crystals, and they're particularly a pest, trying to keep them away from the crystals that you used for the Legrand's landers use to enchant sky-ships and make Warforged and all those things. So they're kind of hunted and gotten rid of quite a lot. And they're kind of seen as a big annoyance in Legrand's land.
Do I know
We
if
make
there's any
glass from
connection?
their poop.
You were going to say, Zep?
Do I know if there's any connection between the formation of their shells and what they've been consuming?
It does tend to change slightly depending on the matter in which they feast upon, as to the shades and colors of the glass.
Okay. That is a good piece of information to have. It is not a material that will get easily here on the surface, but we do know various places to get to the Underdark. And I will also relay flail snails, of course, the shells. And they make their shells depending on what they have been eating. And in Lederung's land, that is our valuable crystals.
And as they go along, their slime that they turns into glass is a well-known factor about them, and it's really annoying in terms, again, in Legrand's land, because it accidentally creates really smooth surfaces, which makes it really hazardous for the miners and stuff. So it's like, if a flail snail has like accidentally gone to the top of a staircase, there's lots of like accidents that happen. So generally, they're like really seen off.
How big are these flail snails? Are they like man size or like snail
large,
size?
like horse size.
Horse size. I used to have a flail snail pet. Then my sister killed it.
I am sorry for your loss,
Can be the worst.
but they are just a
R.I.P.
pest.
Bethany.
I guess in the same way that some people keep rats.
I used to have a spider as a pet as well called Tyr, and she killed that too. Fun fact, that's actually a real life Lambert story. I did have a pet spider.
Did it make you cry when we're done? Or when she was done?
Well, no, I was very grown up at the time.
It was only last year.
I haven't spoken to her since.
But we now know what the material of these lenses is in these flail snail shells.
So where do we... What, are we going to need to harvest some? Do we need to go to the Underdark to recreate this spell cannon?
Of a similar size, yeah.
Is Valmir aware of any flail snail shell trading going on between the Underdark and the Elandrin?
massive amounts in in recent years.
In that case, I would like to call upon my merchant friend and see if she knows anyone that's selling it.
If this is what they've been using these shells for, they've massively ramped up in the past few years purchasing flail snail shells. It's become a big source of the income in Kenset Keep. It depends, I guess, on how much shell you need for one of these lenses. But if it's, say, 1 shell per lens, they could have hundreds of these. Just from Kensek alone.
Worrying ramifications.
Do these lenses look like they're created just by a single trail, or does it look like it's maybe processed a little bit differently than just the normal base trail that they leave?
Oh, give me an alchemy check if that's you questioning the DM, or if you are asking the group, I will butt out.
Both.
Okay.
I mean, it would.
I'll butt out, and then I'll give you an answer as the roll, and you can have that discussion.
Yeah, because I'd be looking at them, and I'd be looking at the thickness of it, and I'd be thinking of like a snail trail and like how thick a snail trail normally is, and like
sure.
I feel like things aren't just adding up. So, just intelligence.
A fabrication spell is used in making this, but whether it is how much, it is partially responsible for the creation of these lenses.
It would just be intelligence plus proficiency.
Yes.
Okay. So. That would be an 11.
God, we're rolling like dogs today.
You've never met.
It's actually a 16. It's a very strange occurrence, but Zep saying a few things has sparked a couple of other ideas.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so a 16. God damn. Artificers,
I love
man.
this ability.
I like it too, because it does help the story continue. So looking at it and you're like, this doesn't look like it's just natural and then been infused. I think you're looking at it as like, it has been refined in some way. And whether it's a mixture of the glass created by the trails and because they've been fed on a certain diet and then purified, or if there's been an extra material mixed in, you're not sure. But yeah, it seems like this mainly is a form of glass that is naturally occurring and then refined.
So like normal glass is like basically mostly sand, but there's a bunch of other little stuff in it to create the purity and the clarity.
Yeah, so it's more like the idea of obsidian, I think. Or like glass left by lava flow or magma flow. It's
okay.
I mean, it's glass, but to be used as a window, it would need some heavy sort of fabrication, cleaning up, polishing. Yeah. Probably mixing with something else blown differently, that kind of thing.
Sterilizing.
What you're getting as well, Zep, is if you definitely think you could replicate this, at least fabricate this on a scale to get a gun working, it would be a case of finding specific materials, whether that be the glass itself, but also whatever you need to infuse for that school that it requires.
It looks like there's definitely multiple layers here, and it's not just the snail trails that they're leaving. There's probably a lot of other components and powders and mixtures that go into this, and then the entire process to create the lens is probably quite difficult. We would need maybe a little more information. I think what we can try to do, though, is use what we have here and reshape the lenses into a smaller cannon for now.
Yeah, that is what I was thinking. A handheld weapon. It would be lacking the black and the white, but we can at least make something.
Well, the lenses only aid in the amplification of it, correct? So it might not be as powerful, but it also is on a smaller scale, so we don't want any kickback, right? We don't know how much L reverberation there might be.
Can I make an educated guess as to the schools versus the colors?
Sure, absolutely. Give me an Arcana check. Anyone trained in Arcana can also.
Yo.
Do you want
also
me to
give a roll
assistance,
on
or do you want
I am proficient at 16.
Assistance. I am proficient and I'm very smart.
Yeah, I'll do discussion between me and Zep. I'll give him the advantage on it.
Sure.
That would be a 22.
Yeah.
So I'll bump up to a 27.
Necromancy and abjuration, you think? A lot of old textbooks, a lot of like beginners. This is how to wizard. Like a lot of the those kind of educatory scriptures, like define schools through color, mainly to help with learning them. But it seems like that color in itself was chosen because of its link to the natural world in that way as well.
Can I get the full list? So white, I'm assuming, is abjuration, black is necromancy,
Yes.
orange is transmutation.
Yes.
Red
Purple.
evocation.
Red is evocation. Blue is conjuration. Yellow is divination. Purple is illusion. And green is enchantment.
Sorry, can you say that again, but slower?
Sure. Do you know what? I'm going to give you an image.
That's even better.
Hell yeah.
This is one I didn't make this. This is one I found. It's just a very good tool.
This is what I made earlier. Blue Peter style.
Here's one I've been looking at for the last 20 minutes to tell you all about this. And used in my writing and designing of this gun. This is a really, really cool piece of art. I'm not gonna obviously show it on the stream because I do not have the permission, but you guys can Google it. It's by EdPack6 on the D&D Reddit, and it's a fantastic piece of work. There you go.
Thank you very much. Yeah, that is useful.
Very nice representation of the schools of magic.
Yep. Oh.
So, what would you like to do next? Or
I think
what?
we need to take some break and get something to eat, don't you, fellows?
I do not
Let's
need to
ponder
eat.
on this a little bit and draw up some plans while we eat.
Or we could just start working on it now.
I mean, we could, but it might be better if we have full bellies to fuel our minds.
Yeah, but my mind is already full. If I start eating, it will get more full. And then, who knows what will happen. Maybe we will have a truffle-flavored cannon.
So bring a pen and paper, or whatever writing instrument you like to use, and draw it out. This is part of the planning process. I'm just saying, let's do it instead of here in the workshop. Let's bring it over to a table.
But there's a table right here in front of us. It is, in fact, built for making blueprints. It is a blueprint table.
You are really a focused man. I appreciate that. You know what? I'll bring you something back. How about that?
Yeah, okay. And Zep's already lost in doing stuff.
Sure. Breton, what have you been doing?
There's not been a lot for him to do around the ship, I'm afraid. He doesn't have any arcane expertise, so he's just kind of been quiet.
Give me a perception check.
Soul. Oh, sorry. Soul would have been with him asking a question.
Okay.
At some point, Soul would have walked up to Breton in armor and a shield and a sword. Did I get it right? She's wearing a chain shirt. She has her saber. There's an Ardathalian shield on her back.
I know we've been practicing for this, but let's take it step by step and see what we can do better. You don't want this to be so tight. It is going to get in the way when you are... And he's basically just going to go through and make tiny little adjustments for optimization.
Sure.
And I rolled a 20 on that perception check.
Breton, you're just going down one of the hallways of the ship when you see a slightly odd sight of what seems to be loads of bowls kind of piled in a corner near what looks to be like a little mouse hole.
So, does this ship have a cat?
It has 2.
No, it only has
Thanks,
one
Tom.
now.
I'm assuming you're not referring to the Leonin or...
No, I
Right.
don't mean the humanoids. I mean an actual cat.
I don't believe so.
He's just gonna kind of wave his hands over. What is all this? Are you all feeding the mice?
You've been here just as long as I have. I don't know.
I don't believe that is true, but... Maybe I'll ask someone else about it. Anyways, just because you're getting the hang of it does not mean we stop our training.
Okay.
And I guess they will reconvene towards the section of the deck that is moderately acceptable to Breton's size and continue running drills since the brainy people are busy working on something else.
Sure.
Brainy people and Valmir.
Um. Okay. Nope. Yeah, no problem. Okay, sorry, I was just reading something about a certain type of paladin. Just refreshing myself from some light reading in the week. Sure thing. So, Zep, explain to me what you would like to try and draw up. And of course, you guys make it to the top deck has been being where combat training has been every day being happened because Zep made some like pull out dummies to attack and stuff. So it's like it all folds away. It's almost like a full like gymnasium set can happen on the top deck. So you guys have got ample room to train and get proficient with newfound equipment, for example. But Zep, explain to me what you're trying to design out of the parts you have.
Probably, it's hard to say without knowing how big the pieces are. My preference would be something that's kind of rifle or musket sized, but if we don't have the shards to do that, then something pistol sized. Something handheld anyway.
So the transmutation lens
is huge, I know.
Is huge. And is the main lens. So it would be required in a device.
Mm-hmm.
So either you need to make a smaller version of said transmutation lens, or you need to use said transmutation lens. Other than that, it's all down to, yes, you're aware that it probably could be turned into a rifle scope, but it will require the lenses to be made to a rifle scope. You're also not sure how spells interact with shards over the actual cut lenses, for example, as well. If it can be any shape, or if they have to be shaped like a barrel.
Yeah, I mean, I have the model that Valmir produced. I also have the prototyping notes that we got from Nardathel. using that information, creating a prototype basically of with whatever I can. And what I would probably do is, yes, I would salvage the big lens to make the smaller device, but I would take as many notes as I could about that lens, like basically tracing lines around it, say these are the dimensions, this is the thickness, just like creating very detailed notes around what it was before I steal bits.
Sure. Okay. Then I guess my question is, are you going to attempt to melt down the glass shards you have in order to recreate them? Are you first going to try and work out what how they're infused before you even attempt that, or are you gonna what do you want as the first step? Are you going to divulge trying to work out everything that you've got before you start galvanizing, or are you gonna try and see what the Zep can come up with?
Zep doesn't usually have much time for theory. He'd rather just get stuck in and try and make stuff.
Okay, no problem.
Can I take some of the shards aside and do that process? Like try and figure out what, other than the flail snail trail glass, is combined within the materials of the lenses?
Sure. Absolutely. Which shards are you taking?
Basically whatever, like, scraps Zep's not using.
I mean,
Zep will use all of it, so
that's not true.
Okay,
There are the shards of the very large lens, which I'm not. Well, the rest of the very large lens.
Oh, so you just gotta cut a window out of it, like okay.
Yeah, basically.
Sure. Okay.
But because I know the importance of tools, before I do that, I would like to make whatever tools I think I will require to do this.
Sure.
Like, I want to make sure that I have the practical preparation there.
Okay. So you'll need a way to blow glass, probably. And you'll also need blacksmithing elements and engraving elements as well to be able to recreate rings, enchanted rings, that kind of thing.
Because any of the small stuff I can do with my multi-tool. That's why it's such a cool thing. But anything bigger, like...
Do you have a furnace on board?
Yes.
Yeah, I thought you did.
I have an upgraded blacksmithing base workshop, but I did spend like 1,500 gold on this thing. It should be pretty hefty.
Yes, I remember that. Yes, and that's fine. You have everything you think you need to do this. But okay, James, you begin the process of, whilst Zep begins to draw out designs and also prep his workspace, you take some of the glass and you begin to break it down into its components, trying to distill and extract any way that you normally would to try and, say, work out what was in a potion. And you start trying to get to the bottom of what is in this glass. And give me a intelligence check with proficiency. I'll allow the alchemical usage.
That would be an 8. But it was a natural 1 as well.
Natural 1's fine. Doesn't matter. Yeah. Not a critical fail. Just an 8.
Mm-hmm.
You managed to achieve some separation between the glass and, or whatever is left of the molten glass, and whatever is infused with it, but they're both, once they cool, still produce a sort of blue residue, and you can't tell if it's a product of the process that you've gone through or what the product is. You do see some like structural differences, but so you do know for sure that there is definite extra components in this, whether it be in the natural formation of the glass or what. Who's to say? But there's definitely something more than just general glass here.
Zep, I just found something quite curious. We thought that it might be multiple components, but this here does definitely confirm. Unfortunately, I don't have the capabilities right here with this small kind of alchemy kit that I have to get them to separate further and more properly. So I would need a bigger little workshop to find out more.
What do you need?
Well, more than just basically a suitcase worth of tools, to be honest.
What do you need?
Oh, I mean, I would need more beakers, heating instruments, and more to see things on a smaller level. Do you understand? The component of components level?
You could use the spyglass that we have, reverse it, and look through this.
That's quite genius.
I was going to use the giant spyglass with the massive magnification to use it as a microscope.
Why not?
I love that. Give me an artificer check, Zep, to make a giant microscope.
Is it variable zoom as well?
It is variable zoom. There was three levels of magnification with this.
That is a 16, but I will be using my speciality on this, so it is a 21.
Mark such an enhance.
Zoom and enhance is now a thing. Yes, so in the center of your workshop, with the use of like a step ladder that was recently here for painting, a couple of tables stacked together and held together with planks, a little comfy seat on the top because what, of course, and some bracket structures. You turn the giant two-person telescope into a magnifying glass setup that you can sit above and look at slides under, with a little producing light beneath it to backlight so you can see through.
I would like to make sure that you can extract the telescope fairly easily, though.
Yep, that's fine.
Okay.
With a 21, that is fine.
Is this what you wanted? 5 minutes later, is this what you wanted?
It's probably about 10, but yes.
I'm really glad I came aboard this ship. This is my the things we can accomplish. And I'm gonna get to work just trying to I guess take the rest of the day to figure out how to separate it more properly into more base components so that I can then examine them with more clarity.
Give me another check, but this is going to take into account time, and basically this is going to work out how long before you get a eureka moment on this, rather than a hard limiting factor, because you have the implementation to do so.
Alright, so just a base check? Intelligence again?
Yes, with proficiency.
That's bad.
Science.
21.
Okay. About 2 hours pass, and with the additional Bunsen, but well, not Bunsen burners, but burners and distillation jars and all sorts, and tubing, and the little lab setup that is now grown into one corner of this workshop, quite close to this giant microscope that has also been created. You managed to get what looks to be a clean separation of 3 or 4 materials, which you then extract and put each individually under a microscope. What you see to be the molten glass itself seems to have has this orange color, but more like it's almost been dyed by other materials, probably from what the snail has eaten. It is this smooth, and it's kind of got that golden ratio like circular pattern in it. Is it the Archimedes spiral? Like kind of naturally forms in in the way that the molten glass settles. Obviously disrupted by tooling, etc. But there is that kind of layering in it. The
base crystalline structure.
Yeah, there also seems to be an oil that is extracted out. Whether if this is a binding agent or some sort of, just a coating in the polishing process, you're not sure. But it seems to be more alchemical in nature. It seems to be an acid of some sort as well. You can tell with your alchemy. Another one of these components seems to be crystalline in nature, possibly what the flail snail was eating, as it has a color similar to the glass itself. It's more solid, hasn't exactly been deformed by the heat either. It's more like flaked particles in it, something that survived and has then permeated the rest of the stuff going on. And then finally, it seems to be like a sand. Another sort of molten glass, probably to add in to almost make an alloy of this object. Maybe there wasn't enough standard glass. Of the snail glass, so they had to back it up with snail glass.
Okay.
I think I double worded myself there, but yeah, it seems like filler solution.
So far what I've got written down, just to make sure I'm tracking, is there was oil used for either the coating or the binding and all the components. There's the crystals that are matching the color of the lens, or it seems like the lens is getting its color from the crystals itself. There's the snail trail glass itself, and then a filler to expand all that together and kind of
it's like it's from what you can extrapolate from that is that this type of snail glass is rarer than maybe standard snail glass. Therefore, they've had to use other glass mixed in to get a lens the size they needed.
So it's like there's like a snail trail glass that's based off of a specific diet almost, and then there's the regular glass that's like the modern everyday, like used in the stained glass process and stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's kind of what you're getting.
Okay. All right. Zep, I think we can recreate these lenses if we get these materials.
Then that should be another objective of ours. I would like
also
to
more information that we can give now to the Northelians.
It might be worth speaking to our resident merchant to see if she can acquire some of these next time we make a stop.
Precisely. I agree.
She is, and then I'll tell him basically which of the quarters she's into that. James can have words. Yeah.
Are you going to try and help identify any of these materials that have been separated?
No, I will trust to his expertise. He seems to be knowledgeable in these things.
Sure.
I am more interested in the mechanics.
Then give me, James, and You're not a geologist, so it would be just a history check to see if you can work out what the crystalline structure is. But you're pretty sure on the and then I will allow you to do another intelligence proficiency, alchemy check, in order to try and guess the acid.
Okay, so you'll need...
They're the two materials
history
that you
check.
haven't kind of worked out.
History check for the crystal, right?
Sure.
Nine.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm just gonna roll the same thing because it's the same modifiers. for the acid.
Okay, cool.
So the acid's a 22.
Okay. The acid seems to be applied later, you think, because you're testing it and it comes across as an acidic oil that is often used as like weather coating on various objects, even some other glasses. But it's essentially a general purpose like lacquer for the glass in order to, keep it easy to polish, easy to clean, not damaged by various weather or high water content, for example, when at sea. So it's
like the anti-fog wipes kind of thing. That you put in your glass.
Yeah, it's kind of that kind of the dealio.
Oh.
It's
Finishing coat.
like a finishing coat. Yeah, and you feel like you could replicate this easy. Like you could find the base compounds and do this and replicate this en masse if needs be. It's a relatively simple compound. But the crystals, they could be gemstone. They could be a rare type of rock formation. It could be a metallic crystal. It could there's so many options it could be. But it is slightly weird to obviously have an orange hue to it.
I did point out earlier when we were checking the lenses out initially that it was Lederungsland crystal. So he has that point of reference.
Would there be a connection with that?
It might be.
Okay. I'm gonna bookmark the crystals and know that I have to do more research for that. I'm going to try and speak to the merchant about acquiring special snail trail glass. So make sure to emphasize that it's from a snail that was given a special diet. It's going to be a little bit more rare and high quality than the base standard glass. And then I'm going to need some of the base standard glass as well. And then I'll also relay the components for making the finishing coating.
Mm-hmm.
And also seeing if they can get some, just like a small quantity already pre-made.
Sure.
So I have the components to make it, a small quantity pre-made, the two glass components, the rare and the basic, and then and then I'm going to do more research into the crystals.
Cool.
But that'll be what I do for quite a while. So
No
I'll
problem.
just take a lot of time to look at them, and we can go to somebody else.
So, your training. Give me a wisdom saving throw, please.
Oh boy. 20.
Okay. It's just... There's something weird. It's like you're as you swing the wooden sword that you're practicing with. You never practice with steels. Blunt your blade. Especially, and as Breton gives you pointers, just subtly you're taken back to a moment of not your youth, but Ruby's youth, where she sat looking at household guards practicing in her father's homestead. And as you think about that memory, you feel like a touch on your shoulder, and you look behind you, and for a moment you swear you can see your father standing there, and you double take, and he's not there. Breton, you visually pick up on Ruby reacting, Soul reacting to something that isn't, in fact.
Yeah, she'll look over her shoulder.
And you
Or-
notice this because you break through her guard and notice her distraction, obviously. And initially you go to point out the mistake she made, but then notices something slightly more than that.
What's wrong? You're losing focus.
So I was looking around. Did you see anything?
All I saw was that you seemed like you weren't paying attention.
I saw her father,
Her father?
Ruby's.
The way you've been acting lately, I feel like that line is closer to your father than hers.
I feel it bubbling underneath, like a kettle that is about to come over. The anger, the impulsiveness. It's unsettling.
Well, Ruby always was a passionate individual, and that passion is something that is difficult to bottle up for, well, any people. It may just be a sign that
You
you have the
Can you
same capacity.
can you sense for the undead, please?
He'll raise an eyebrow, since I don't think it was ever mentioned. Maybe, whatever.
You've done divine sense before.
I actually don't think he's ever let it known that he can sense undead, is what he's saying.
Ah.
I don't know if that would be common knowledge about paladins or not, but that's a purview of the world, I suppose. I mean, Breton will divine sense.
You could just be posing it as a rhetorical question to get that.
Yeah.
Your divine sensing. Your divine sense, what does it cover?
It's 60 feet, anything not blocked by total cover, any celestial, undead, or fiend.
Just those three?
Just those three. Technically, I don't have any additional ability to detect Fae or elementals or anything, even though I am a watcher.
Okay. There's no such undead, but the somewhat celestial reading you get from Soul is lighter. Almost like the energy is settling. More human.
I don't sense any undead. I don't feel anything abnormal. In fact, I feel like things are getting closer back to what we expected.
She clearly looks a little distracted.
I speculated, or I guess maybe I shouldn't say I speculated, but I thought that there was a chance when all this happened. Stories of people whom they create personalities. They pretend to be other people for a while to help cope with a feeling of loss, a traumatic event, and Ruby told it was a very traumatic event that they went through. It may just be that you're finally recovering. Now, whether or not you choose to believe you're getting back to yourself or you're just becoming something else, that's something I can't really explain, but either way. I think at the end of the day, it'd still be your choice.
Listening to Valmir, I got so angry. So impatient. Did she struggle with it? Wanting to make the world the way she thought it should be?
I believe that would be an understatement. Trying to change the world is no lofty goal, and certainly not one that people just attempt to with a frivolous abandon that assumes they're going to succeed at it. It's a damn difficult thing to do. Admittedly, I didn't know much about how she was doing it when she disappeared. I only knew how she was trying to change it before she gained the ability to use magic. Once she gained the ability to use magic, it's not an area I was around very much for. I have to assume that she tried tooth and nail. It was something that she wasn't going to give up. Is this something that you feel more and more that you need to do? Change the world?
I see so much pointless suffering, needless death.
Met a few paladins that said life is pointless suffering and needless death.
But it
Not the
need
most
not
reputable
be.
sorts, but
We live in a world of divine magic and spells that can shape reality. Would it be so outrageous to think that a miracle could happen?
miracles are a funny thing. They are seen as divine intervention of the gods, a preternatural occurrence that changes the natural order of how things should be for the benefit of those who experience it. People always look at miracles like they are gifts for everyone, and they forget that there's always a second side to the coin. If a miracle is a blessing to one person, then what is it to the person who it doesn't affect? What is it to the person who it affects in a way that isn't benefiting from it? The world is a place that is gauged and cultured. Everybody wants something else. And to give something to one is to take it from another. That is part of the difficulty in changing the world. And I think that's something that Ruby struggled with more than anything. So if you want to make a world where nobody has to suffer and you solve problems and you have the means to do so, how do you solve a problem that not everyone has without affecting everyone?
I guess that's why it's a miracle. I think
Pauses for a second. Like she just completely disregarded the way he explained what a miracle was, but doesn't say anything else about it.
I don't think a miracle's that. I think a miracle is a miracle, Breton. You make the world better for everyone, not some. I don't know, make a world where no more people have to suffer or die. To undo all of this catastrophe and calamity. Create a world where no little girl has to pick up a sword again.
First of all, that's sexist. So if you're going to create a world where no little girl has to pick up a sword, then why do little boys have to pick up the swords?
It's not what I mean.
My point is that mentality, that flawed notion there, that moment of misunderstanding, of saying one thing but being interpreted another way, that is the flawed nature of being. And that is something that a miracle would have to account for. That there is no ability to have a misunderstanding. There is no open to interpretation. It is a unified generosity and benevolence that benefits the entirety of the world perfectly. And I have seen a lot and I have done a lot. And I've seen paladins claim to have done such a thing or witnessed such a thing. It would take a lot to make something like that true. And I do not know if it's magic could even make something like that possible.
And
What?
as
Sorry, go ahead.
and as Breton gives those reaffirming words to Ruby and takes up the wooden sword again to continue training, we're going to go ahead and take our midpoint break because we're at that time. So join us in 5 to 10 minutes time where we will continue tonight's broadcast. welcome back to the second half of tonight's broadcast. We have gained ourselves a Ghibli gem. So in this time, actually, I'm going to go straight to Ghibli first. Ghibli, the party have been spending a day of downtime trying to uncover what's going on with the gun, for example. But what has Zedaar been doing?
Well, I think I would like to continue working on the letter with Valmir, if that's still our plan. And I believe that the crew has found out that there is a mouse problem. So I think Siraj would like to help paint the ship because she offered that to Zep, but I think maybe I will hunt mice first. And I think I'll be prowling around the ship, you know, not on like the deck in the open air because I'm still afraid of flying, but on the inside where I feel safe.
Well, the hole was found in the inside. So do you know what? Give me an investigation check.
Sure thing.
You need to uncover her on the stream as well.
Oh, of course. Yes. Aha.
Yes, I'm not uncovered.
Yes, you are
So
just cat face.
I got an 18 investigation.
Okay. It doesn't take you long to find the hole where the bowls were found. But the hole isn't, it's kind of mouse hole shaped, but you get down there and you have a look, you're like, aha, gonna be a mouse. You crash down, you look in. And you see blood. As well as a pair of shoes. Like sort of stuffed in the hole. And yeah, you also see just like what looks to be a scrap of paper.
2 questions. What size are the shoes and do they look like they belong to anyone on the ship?
These shoes are tiny, like children's shoes, perhaps.
Okay. Second question, is there anything on the piece of paper?
Where's my milk?
You reach in. You unfold.
Yes, I do reach in.
Okay. You reach in, you grab the piece of paper. What languages do you speak?
It's a good question. I speak Abyssal, Common. I'm looking for where my languages are. Abyssal, Common, and Thieves' Cant. That's it. I'm pretty...
Okay. It's not in a language you understand.
I think I will bring the slip of paper to Sol.
Okay.
Sol, I have found this piece of paper. Do you know what it might say?
Old Ruby would have known. Probably. So we'll look at it.
What languages do you speak?
Common and Celestial. You took away all my other languages.
Yeah.
For now. Yeah, you don't recognize.
No.
I presume Breton also doesn't understand what it is because he doesn't speak Sylvan.
Correct.
I think you should all be aware by now that
Valmir can read any
everything.
language. You have been made aware of this.
Shall we all go on a quick jaunt to Valmir's room to show him this paper? All of us together? Because I'm afraid to move on the ship.
Oh.
I
We
would
all hold
probably
hands.
be in Zep's workshop helping.
Is Ruby's
like,
new room
they've been-
on the top deck?
Yes. Yes, Sol and Breton's chambers are on the top deck in the old captain's
Because-
cabin.
Breton's too tall, right? So
Yeah.
he needed
Yeah.
a room up above, yeah.
Why don't you go with Breton? I really don't feel like speaking to Valmir right now.
Okay. I hold Breton's hand.
Okay.
Small child.
To see a man torn between like, I need to stay here, but okay, I won't be gone long.
Have fun.
Okay. And you head down, and you find the three individuals, James, Valmir, and Zep. James kind of stood by this now giant erected microscope in the said, but holding a slice of cake. Kind of trying to sit back, and he's Valmir also kind of. I think Valmir's reading in the corner, while Zep is hurriedly drawing, and at the same time as drawing things like not CNCing, but essentially like what's it called? Like grinding down, turning a piece of wood to try and like form like a handle.
Leave.
Valmir, can you go over there and adjust that slide real quick and reposition just a little bit to the right?
I will happily do so. With a mage hand.
But you guys are the epitome of get things done in the way that least affects you.
Cool. Valmir, while you are doing that, would you mind reading this piece of paper for me?
I will read the piece of paper. Is it in a language that I already understand?
Do you speak Sylvan?
No.
Then no.
Well, I mean, it's not in a language I understand, but I know that it says whatever it says.
The brownie was late on its payments.
It says the brownie was late on its payments.
Not done. Therefore, his kneecaps were forfeit.
Therefore, his kneecaps were forfeit.
You want to see them again?
If you want to see them again,
Lion Man. Then make sure the next delivery isn't late.
Then make sure the next delivery isn't late. Who wrote this?
Found it in the mouse hole, and I'm not going to lie, at first I totally thought that maybe, and I try to whisper this so that James can't hear, so if this is going to be one of those like contested checks, I don't know if he's listening, but at first I thought perhaps James was eating children, but I think because it's addressed to Gourd, maybe it's not about our new friend here.
What would Gourd be delivering to this mob boss in a mouse hole? What?
What's the brownie?
I think would Ruby or Soul
It's a
have
type
made
of
brownies
fake
at some
creature.
point?
Soul's not there.
I know. I'm just. Has she made? Would she
Breton
have
knows.
made something in the past? Like
It's a type of fey creature.
a brownie is a fey creature. Okay.
I thought it was a Girl Scout.
And I thought it was a type of flapjack.
I thought it was quite a delicious fudge-based confection.
I thought they were the most
Hmm.
hilarious creatures in an old scroll of a show called Willow.
Well,
Also, the piece of paper is signed, by the way. The Northern Circle.
It's signed by the Northern Circle. And you found this in a mouse hole.
Breton, you can
Yeah.
insight that.
Insight, huh? Okay.
I would say insight or history. Actually, up to you.
History. Ah,
oh,
You know, circles
So-
are often related to the Fae in some way. It's what they call like collectives or like druidic circles. You know, it's like
Does
a.
anybody
it's
here
a
speak
central group.
Druish?
funny, she doesn't look Druish.
She got it. Yes.
Okay.
The hilarious thing is, in this world, there is a culture that's Drelt, which is Druid and Celt. So like, it's like I'm not that inventive either.
Question, Breton. So the Fae, they come from another place, a realm.
Yes.
Would they have come through a portal? Is there a portal on the ship, or?
You would know.
That's not really something I would be aware of. It's
With
possible.
the-
I mean, the ship has landed multiple times. It's possible they could have just gotten on board. You all mentioned at some point, I'm going to take this with a grain of salt because I believe this is something that may have been brought up, that when you were chasing this lipless, that you all encountered a bloom? Sort of a natural passage between the prime material and the Feywild itself.
Oh yeah, we came across a portal. It was a river. The whole river was like a portal into the Fey realm, and Ruby kind of dispelled it. It was pretty crazy.
I gave
Then
Gap
you may have-
the flower from there.
Then it's possible that some of the creatures that were here are trapped here because of that, and they latched onto the first things they could follow.
Well, does
So we have-
anyone know what delivery God would have given this creature? I don't know what he.
What would these creatures want?
There were bowls in the hole,
Breton?
and
Breton has spoken to Darius about Gourd's milk addiction.
Yes.
What check would he make? I'll say
Insight.
this is a check.
This
because
is an
obviously
insight,
this would be a bonus of
100%.
player knowledge, and I'd rather roll a check to see if we can figure
This
it
would
out.
be insight, 100%. This is like the definition of
That's
insight.
an 11.
Give me a perception as well, because you've definitely you're a perceptive dude.
Did I smell the soured milk on the bowls? Like, that would just be a thing.
That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to work out. You definitely saw.
I'm rolling like shit tonight, though, so yeah.
I
That's a
would say
7
with
on
those
perception.
combined, it's like I'll let you jump to some conclusions about the milk.
Okay.
Because I need to
As
point
Brett-
out
as-
that
as
Gourd
Brett is just
didn't
sitting there
lie
saying,
very
like-
well either when it was initially making that check. It's just Darius rolled just as poorly.
Yeah. So Brenton sits there thinking for a second. Wasn't there some... Darius mentioned something about Gourd being addicted to milk.
That's
aren't we all? Milk is delicious, says
pretty,
fellow
pretty
campers.
felinist, really?
Have you ever seen him drinking any?
No.
I think we need to go have a talk with this Northern Circle.
Well, one moment, and I'm going to cast Primeval Awareness, but I'm still holding Breton's hand if he'll allow it, and so I
He's
don't
not
know.
pulled his hand away, no.
Sure.
Okay, cool. And I will put that in the chat, but I focus and I can sense if there are any Fey creatures within a mile.
There are definitely fey creatures within a mile. In fact, there are multiple
Hilarious,
on
because
the
we're probably
ship.
like a mile up right now
Yeah.
over the ocean.
Yeah.
So
There's definitely
there's only one place they can be.
there's fey creatures within a mile for sure.
The claws come out and you feel little pokes in your giant hand, Breton, and I go, oh, they're on the ship.
Is he bleeding?
Honestly, he's probably wearing like thick leather, so I don't imagine he'd actually his skin.
Yeah, I
would
think you
broke.
just feel the
'Cause we were
It's like when you feel like a cat get caught on your jumper. It's like, oh, come on.
What a
Like he
sign.
reaches down, pulls the hand free, but then puts the hand back in the grip because obviously
Yeah.
she wants to hold the hands.
Can you imagine taking Zedaar anywhere? She just
All the soft
Latched on.
furnishings on the ship just destroyed.
I'm going in Zep's workshop. Is there one of the communication tubes?
Absolutely, yes. There's multiple just for
I think that was the
ease.
first place it was installed.
This is the hub.
Yeah.
every time that Zedaar goes to Ruby's kitchen, there's just cups knocked over for no reason.
I'm going to say into the communication tube. Everyone, come to Zep's workshop. We have a party meeting, and it has nothing to do with strange creatures that may or may not be living on the ship.
Hand on the mouth, just what she means to say is, Ruby, we
Oh,
would like you to come to the workshop. He said Ruby on purpose.
true. Oh, okay. No problem.
We'd like you to come to the workshop. There's something that we may need to discuss.
About 30 seconds later after it's... Ruby, we may want you to come to the... You get that through the nearest tube.
She was trying to meditate and sense any, because she felt the tap earlier. She's trying to sense if.
Give me a perception check, or no, give me a religion check.
Oh boy, the one thing I have, I am proficient at that. Ha, joke's on you.
Yep. I was gonna say divine
21.
soul. There's quite a chance that you will be.
21.
You hone in on that feeling you had, and there was an essence to it, something almost like something was reaching out from a different plane, the other side, so to speak.
Father? She will call into the ether.
You don't get a response, but
Of course not.
when you think hard on that feeling, close your eyes, and as the sunlight hits your face, the light through your eyelids flickers like a flame. A burning red flame. So,
Opens her eyes, looking around. Are her eyes on fire?
no,
Hold
but
up a mirror. Hold up. Go to her mirror.
you look in your mirror and your white hair has the red streak kind of covering more of the hair.
Concerned soul looks, but she will carry on.
No problem. Okay, you head down and you regroup with the rest of the party.
When you enter, I'm gonna be like, so not to alarm you, but are you a fey creature?
Blank soul stare.
There might be
Cool.
an infestation on the ship.
So, I don't really know what sort of mischief Gourd. I think he had a dark secret, and I think he was involved in some mafia-style dealings. And I explained to her what the note said and catch her up to speed.
Your boyfriend was up to some stuff.
Can I hold that note for a second?
Sure.
I want to use this on it. Grim psychometry.
Shane has to shave Shane's old character's problems. New character has to solve the old character's problems.
New character who dis.
Would you say you are a sucker for weird language notes?
Oh, okay. Yeah, give me a history check.
Hold on one moment.
He's like trying to focus, and Zedaar is just grilling him.
Yeah, Zedaar. As you
23.
look at James, he closes his eyes, but the moisture in his face leaves, and his skin goes taut over his skeleton, and his eyes go red, and there's a... As James, you go into this grim psychometry, and you receive the details of what happened surrounding this piece of paper and the blood speckled on it. You see a small fey creature being pinned down by 4 or so other creatures. One of them sort of no height, probably the tallest one of them all, has like a wood turning drill and is just slowly burrowing into the brownie's kneecaps.
This is supposed to be a place of love and fun.
Now we're into torture and war crimes. Sorry.
Milk does things to a fae.
You
Clockwork Orange.
and
desires.
then
So he's getting his kneecap shouldered too.
and you then see this individual put down the drill and begin to write this note in your hand. And then he looks towards the individual that's being held down, flicks his hand, and the wood-turning drill levitates and starts doing it automatically at the power of magic as he continues to write and enjoy the torture going on. And then the life returns to your face slightly, the blood refills your cheeks slightly, you become less pale, and yeah.
Oh, my, these are some interesting individuals. They have quite the proclivity towards gruesome torture.
What the fuck was that?
Yeah, why did you look like a dead person?
What was what? Oh, that?
You look like a dead person, yeah.
You see, occasionally, objects and things have a mark left on them. And sometimes I can tap into that mark and see what their connection is, especially if it's surrounding something particularly gruesome or tragic. And the way you explain the situation, I figured that this note might fit the bill, so I gave it a shot.
You are one creepy dude.
Thank you. It keeps the haters away.
I'm sure.
Haters are going to hate. So the question is, I know, Zeps, you're really busy with the lenses and stuff, but we probably don't want Faye on the ship, right?
Oh, hey, Zarash. When did you come here?
Oh, sorry. We have a Fae infestation. I don't want to bother you. I know you are very preoccupied with your science. But you don't want them on the ship, right? They're not like your friends, or you didn't invite them on.
No. Go and deal with it. I'm busy here.
Okay.
Yeah, Brett is just gonna look around. I'll be back in a moment. And he's just gonna turn and start making his way back towards the mouse hole.
Sure. Okay.
These violent
Are
delights
you
and
still
violent
holding
ends.
Siraj's hand?
yeah,
Because I'd
probably.
be dragging as you walk off without telling me. I'm just like...
I mean, he probably wouldn't hold on, but if she's still holding on to him, then she's probably being pulled along, yes.
Hey, Sol, I like what you did with your hair. Looks cool.
Yeah, how much of it is now red? It was
so-
before, it was a bang streak.
It's a bang streak. It's probably a bang streak again.
Okay.
Like Rogue from X-Men.
Yeah.
Thanks, I didn't do it myself. Yeah.
That you did.
Be stuck in my head all day. Thanks, Lake. There's worse.
Yeah, you knew we were
songs
infested
in
with
your
fey
head.
worms. You didn't realize we were fey creatures. You didn't realize we were also infested with earworms.
Oh. The worst of the worm. Little fucking musical dragons in your ear.
Yeah, try having it with insomnia.
No, Brett is going. He's not excluding anyone from coming with him. He's just making a note of he's going to deal with the situation right now.
Sure. Okay. Those of you who are going to the Feyhole, raise your hands.
We'll be going.
Okay. Okay. So Team Hole, Team Science. Okay. Let's do some Team Science. Zeb, give me an artifice check, please.
Yeah, of course. Also, my artifice apprentice is probably here helping out.
Oh yeah, he's been milling about, getting you whatever you like. You've been like, and he's been taking notes, intently watching. He's basically doing a lot of the scribe work, so you can just keep working. He's just basically writing down and like trying to conform your rambles. Because you're very practical, so you've shafted all of the paperwork onto him.
Sounds about right. 28.
Oh shit. Okay.
It's like Zep's character was made for somebody who rolls like me.
I mean, I don't know, but maybe. So
what's this roll for? Because I'm wondering if I want to flash a genius set.
This is you creating the basic rifle.
Oh, no. Okay.
And yeah, you're fine. So you surmise that with the material you've got, you're going to require to make something that is essentially two-handed. And you've created like a pistol system and then a side grip, and then what you've created is created rings and housing for all of the lenses in order to hold them. And with that roll, you've also put fixings on the bottom that you could essentially, if you needed to, mount this on Braun on his shoulder, you probably could. Or if you needed to mount it on some of the existing mounts on the ship for, say, heavy ballistae, that kind of thing, you could as well. But it sort of, in terms of length and sort of how you hold it, have you seen the early modifications for like a Browning 1919, where they have the little wire thing that they put on the end of the barrel to hold it on to get the extra weight on it, and sort of, and then it also has the so one man carries the tripod, one man carries the gun kind of thing. It's kind of that is what you've built, and it's got the housing ready for these rings. So all of the essentially basic stuff that needs to be made and then enchanted or used, so basically all the basic components for this outside of the lens work and the enchantment of the rings is done in about 4 hours that you've had to do this and design this and catalog this. Valmir, what are you doing?
You said before that I was reading. What was it that I was reading?
What are
my options, or what was I reading?
There's a few like just like give me a d20 roll. Is there something that you want to be reading about?
I'd say something related to our current situation. So anything on like the different laws of magic, for example, like that kind of thing. Some Arcana book. Sure. That's a 12 that I got.
Okay.
I do have proficiency in Arcana as well.
Roll that. So what's your proficiency in Arcana?
+4, so 16.
Sure. You go through some of Zep's books, everything, and eventually come across a Legoranslander piece, which, with your, although in Shelts, with your ability to read anything, helps that you can read. And you start reading about crystals and the magical imbuements with Warforged. And you go through it and you're like, oh, okay. And then you see the list of colors. You see, deep red ones and orange ones, yellow ones, navy blue ones, green ones, and how they all, with the Warforge, when their souls are passed through these crystals, tend to create different personalities, better at different things. And you sit and then you look at the lenses and you keep the idea going in your head of, those... Didn't they say that the full ring, each ring did a different thing to the spell? And then you take that idea of the color and, like, essentially you're going... Wait, and didn't James talk about their sort of like a crystalline structure in some of this? And, yeah.
Can I bounce that idea off Zep and
Oh.
James? See if that like rings any bells in smart people's heads. Because as well, well, the ones of us who were around at the time, also received these gems from the Duke, right? We all received
Correct.
a medallion.
You have a medallion with a different color gem in it, yeah.
Yeah, I see that.
The book or the gem?
Either, both. I would like to dig deeper into your theory here.
I'll pass him over the book, and then I'll take my
Do you speak
purple gem.
Do you speak Shelts?
No.
It's in Shelts.
Yeah,
I think.
Oh. Well, is there the diagram that you're talking about with the colors? Can we transcribe this a little bit?
I'll sit next to him and telling him what it says.
Mm-hmm.
Zep would also stop his work, and he is interested in this.
Cool.
Zep, what color medallion did you get from the Duke?
That is a very good question. I'm sure I have it written down somewhere. This may take a minute. I have a lot of random things.
Well, while you think about that, I'll take a look at this with Valmir. You have yours, correct?
Yeah.
Yours was purple, if I remember.
Yeah.
Well, help me out. Let's put it over here under the scope and see what we can see.
Oh yeah, I'll put the medallion under the scope. Didn't even think of that.
Ruby got one too.
Yeah.
Did you not go back to your quarters? Or are you still here?
I guess she would have, yeah.
I thought Ruby went with Ruby's out.
That's right. She's team
Team Hole.
Team Hole.
Team Hole. Yeah.
Team
Can we-
Faywatch.
Watch.
The whole team has gone.
The whole team has
running
gone
slow
on.
It's taking us a while to get there.
Yeah.
I've got my David Hasselhoff. What do y'all got?
David Hasselhoff. That's
I don't have my beach
Simpsons
body.
sketch
Just
where
like you,
it's
Harry.
Lisa's first words.
So when we take it and we put it under the scope, do the crystalline structures sort of like, are they similar? Do they match up just being of a different like color? Like if I were to take some of the pieces
an
of the
investigation check.
Okay.
Because these gems are cut, so it's going to take some analysis.
Yeah. All right. 17.
They're very, very similar.
I think you might be onto something here, Valmir. The crystalline structures and the way that they're shaped and form, and it looks like they grow. It's very similar to what I'm seeing across these other lenses and the refinement I've done. If we could, and I wouldn't suggest doing that with this item here, but if we can get some more hands on these gems and maybe crush them up, I can study them better. Maybe if we can get some of the orange one that we already have so I can compare it to what I've already broke down.
I'm not sure I want it crushed up.
No, not yours. We'll get some others.
They are not so easy to acquire. They are more or less a protected commodity in Lederung's land.
Well,
They're what give the Warforged their soul.
If there is anyone that you want to talk to about this, it would be Braun.
Braun Braun has 2. I guess Braun has 3, because was he gifted one as well? Like a medallion, and then he's got the 2 that are inside him.
Yeah, technically.
Oh, I didn't know that they were that rare. That makes this a little more difficult then. Do we not have any inns with anybody in that area that we can get our hands on one? Small, just needs a small bit.
I mean, we're pretty tight with the Duke, but I mean,
I already asked the Duke for one. He turned me down.
That's a shame.
are these medallions that we have like they're the same thing, but they're like inert?
Yes. You don't have
so
a soul on your chest, yes.
Yeah. Okay, gotcha.
Oh, is that what I asked? Did I ask for a filled one or just the gem?
You asked for just the gem, but you've got just... You...
No, I asked for a filled one because I
You
was
asked for a filled
thinking
one,
of
yeah,
experimenting and creating my own.
Yes,
Warforged.
no, that's right. You asked for a filled one and you can get it, but you've got the gem material in a small amount. But by the way, like these gems are like that. They're like ping pong ball at most. Still very, very valuable, but
If I remember rightly, it was myself, Valmir, Zep, Braun, Ruby got one, which will still be around.
Darius.
Darius has got one. I think Darius's was blue.
No, green. I think.
This is green, okay.
I think so. Or was his red?
This
No,
must be
Ruby's
one of the-
Ruby's was red.
I think this is one of the only times I've not written down what we got because I have no.
Yeah, I
Okay,
don't have it in
yes.
my inventory. I just
Oh
written
boy.
it down now.
Yeah. And then
It's the end of
Zedaar would be
season
the other
one.
one.
We
It's
were-
the end of
yeah.
season 1.
Which Zedaar is also one you do not have accounted for, because obviously
Yeah.
Zedaar has his.
Mhm.
So that is actually back in Lakeran's land.
Funny
Presumably.
that.
All I'm saying is that we might be able to use these to make a more accurate version of our own. And if they're that rare, then how are they coming by them so readily to create these weapons?
Are these crystals made out of the flail snail slime as well, or how do these crystals come about? I mean, obviously they're cut, but
The flail snails eat the crystals as part of their natural diet, and then their slime or their shells take on the properties of what they have eaten, just like all living creatures.
so do you think these lenses are also the product of that particular glass after the snail has eaten the gems?
Yeah.
There's this rarity of the glasses. There's your very basic level, and then you have this extra, little bit rarer. And I believe that the diet of those particular rare snails is solely just these crystals, now that you've brought to my attention to this. And so if we can locate one of those snails that is fed on this diet, then we will have access to it. And we can create what we need to.
I don't believe these crystals are by Kensek. These are purely around Legrung's land, right? Or are they elsewhere as well?
They are not purely around Lagerun's land, but we have a natural abundance, you could say.
What do you mean by that? And I'd like to insight him. To
Sure.
see if he knows of like a secret stash or something. An 8.
The playground sand is on a large deposit of it.
Is Zep capable of rolling lower than an 8?
On anything? Let's see.
Hang on, let me roll and see. Yes. That would probably be. Oh no, actually, I'm proficient in that. 7.
It's a 7. It's only one lower.
Of course you are.
Fucking right. But whilst you
Zap
guys,
doesn't know anything about these. He just knows that Lagerung's land is built on a deposit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Just the way you phrased it, it kind of threw a little flag. Go ahead.
no, but whilst you discuss this, we're gonna flip over to Feywatch, as they slowly make their way up the
Baywatch,
corridor.
We need a pin now where there's just Breton in the middle, bordered by Sol and Zaraj.
As you walk up the corridor towards the hall, the still stack of bowls there. The little tiny shoes also still in the hole. The smatterings of reddish purple blood.
Yeah, open up! Kick the door open.
And you kick the
And
wall
it's just-
open.
We didn't notice the blood earlier, apparently. And Breton is just kind of looking at it.
No, you have to look
Oh.
in to see the blood. It's,
Yeah. It's not an easy thing for Breton to do.
No,
lean
exactly.
on that low. He's just gonna lean over. It's like big hand right up against the air, just boom, 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 just gonna knock on the edge of the hole.
No answer.
What room is this? Is this a person's room?
No, this seems to be one of the like storage closet that this is up against.
I'll while Breton's knocking, I'll do detect portal. So let me see if there's any portals within 1 mile.
Yeah, there's a small dimensional pocket in front of you.
Guys, there is a small dimensional pocket in front of me, and I think it's probably to the Feywild, I would assume.
That's an awful like place we should not just go without group.
We just closed the portal. You've done that before, haven't you?
It's gonna make this a little bit awkward. Ruby did. Soul, not so much. Sorry.
Did we put a note in there that says, hey, don't come back here. You are not welcome. We'll break your kneecaps. Actually, I don't want to say that. I don't want to get my kneecaps broken. I very much like my kneecaps. I don't want to do
Said
that. It's a bad
earlier.
idea.
And you determined there were Fae currently on the vessel, yes. As you could sense them.
Yes, they are currently here, but then there is also a portal in this hole. Not a portal per se, but a dimensional pocket, you know, like a bag of holding or whatever soul you call it, your bag of holding.
Mm-hmm.
Like this. I know
Guess
how
we need
to fix
Go ahead.
this, but it's going to ruin your satchel. You're not going to like this. So, but what if we
No,
put
don't
your...
No, you're not doing that. You're not doing that. No. I know it.
Before we jump to reckless conclusions.
No. I don't think you'll be doing that. You'll blow half the ship apart, and Zep would literally kill you,
Oh,
and probably me for letting it happen.
yes. Okay, I will not. Never mind.
just
the other
every
ones.
DM in the call just went, fuck, what? No, shit.
How to
It's
derail
just
a
gonna
campaign?
take,
How to derail a campaign and end up on the astral plane? That's how you do that.
Breton is going to just take out a piece of paper. He doesn't speak Sylvan, so he's going to write this in common under the hope that these creatures understand the language. And just said, the cat is gone. We need to talk whenever you have time.
Sure.
Signed. And he thinks a long time actually just signing his name, but then as he thinks about it, he just shrugs and assigns it the big one. Any creature like this
Sure.
would probably just think of him like that.
Sure, you're gonna put it in the hole?
And he's basically just gonna roll it up, and he'll tuck it down in, like, you said there's some shoes around the hole. He'll just like tuck it into one of the shoes.
Sure. You wait for a
And
moment.
something.
You see the little note get like dragged and then turn up, like do a full right hand turn and then disappear at sight. And then a little paper airplane comes back around the corner and like dink, bashes into your like plate groove.
You will pick it up and unfurl it.
It's a picture of the moon. With like some clouds either side of it.
I think he wants to meet you outside. He does not wish to be trapped in this.
I think
Cage.
it's a time of day that we need to meet. All right. Fair enough. I suppose I'll meet with them tonight. We'll be up by the center deck. If you want to be watching, sure. I don't know if they want to approach us if there's more of us around.
If I just stood by the portal with a very large book or something, and I could just, when they come out, just.
Box them about the head.
Why? I just had the weirdest image of a cat named Tom come into my head.
It works with spiders and small mice and things like this,
Oh,
Has this been
We
why
can-
my milk has been gone missing?
I presume so, yes.
That rat bastard!
Literally.
That poor goat.
Should we give them more milk, or is this...
We need to talk to them first and get an understanding of what the hell is going on.
Okay.
And if it comes to it, get them hell off our ship. Alright. Let's go see if the Brain Trust has come up with anything.
Okay. You head back to the Brain Trust. Slowly.
Dramatic effect.
And, sure. You re-enter. It's only been about 15 minutes from when you left. And they're all kind of crowded around the large microscope looking at crystals.
Nerds.
Anything cool, or you just like shiny stuff, guys?
So
Well, if you're interested in knowing, just come up here and look.
the crystals are the same kind of structure as the glass, the lenses. Ruby, you have one of these, a red one, right?
She'll Soul, and she'll
Soul.
hold up her.
Yeah.
She'll hold up her amulet that she wears.
Yeah. I assume Ruby wrote that in her diary. We got those from the Duke of Legrungsland. So it seems like these snails have been eating these kinds of crystals and then sliming out the glass used for the lenses.
Oh, that would imply that the crystals are somewhere beneath the earth.
Yeah, that's...
Did you ever see
Dar had one of these too. In fact, he had two of these. He had a bracer on his arm that had pieces of crystal in it.
And I'm gonna rummage in my bag. You mean this one? I'm
Yes,
gonna pull out the
dragon crystal.
bracer of crystalline dragons.
Are these not supposed to be facsimiles of the crystals of power? The one that is inside Johanna?
I'm gonna put one of the topaz dragon scales from the topaz dragon under the lens, the telescopy doodad. Is that in any way similar as well?
Roll me an investigation check.
I'm at the bottom of it.
Okay, whoever
Putting
is
it in.
looking
So
into
who's at
the
the top?
microscope, give me an
You roll.
investigation
I
check.
don't want to do any more dice.
Please don't make me do
Not
dice in the
trust
dice
anymore.
game. No.
But I'm helping, so advantage.
There's already a modifier happening for the microscope that you guys don't have.
I just rolled a 20 for the
Okay.
investigation. Was that advantage, or you said it was already a modifier, right?
There's a modifier that's happening. Okay. There's a definite similarity. It's not quite as perfect a similarity, but there's definitely a similarity. Maybe age?
Crystals age like a fine wine.
This one's from a dragon, I guess. This one did age.
Zeb, those crystals are used to infuse souls in them, correct? To create your warforge, they're called?
Yeah.
Would a dragon's soul be able to get infused into the same crystals and create, I guess, whatever this came from? It looks like a dragon scale, but I don't know why it would be crystal as well.
Oh, this was a dragon. This was a topaz dragon called Xenopharius.
Like
He attacked the
living,
ship. It was alive, yeah, until we killed it.
and it was made entirely of this crystalline structure. Like this was its.
This was its scales, yeah. When we killed it, it crashed down. Obviously, we were flying at the time. It crashed down into, I think, a farmer's field, and we had to go down and clean up the mess. Farmer got a big payday out of it. But yeah, it basically crashed down and broke up into thousands of pieces of topaz.
And what was this Xenopharius? You said his name was.
It was.
What is his? Why did he attack you all?
He had just woken up. Like, just. It was the first time I'd ever encountered a dragon not made of normal dragon bits. It was a gem
the
dragon
first
was
time-
something I'd heard of.
The first time anyone had.
No, it was entirely made of these dragon bits, like internally and externally. It was.
We found no bones or flesh in the crash site. It was just pieces of rock.
This is quite interesting.
Did we keep any
Crystals
more
able
of
to
that
harness a soul.
topaz?
Oh, you sold it to the Duke of Valegrum's land.
Did we not keep some?
We did. Some of us did keep some of the stuff. I believe Gourd actually had some on him. Zedaar took some. And
Two people who aren't here.
I believe Valmir, I believe that you took a small chunk too.
I mean, yeah,
That's what he's
I
wearing.
made some. Well, I've got some on that bracer, but I also sewed some into my cloak. It's got, I've got a red scale, a green scale, and a topaz scale on my cloak.
Yeah, the reds. Yeah.
I'm gonna put I'm take my cloak off and lay the red and green under it. Do these have any similarity?
Red and green look like. No.
No. Okay.
It's-
Do they look like just normal, like kind of dragon scales? They're not crystalline.
There's a beautiful, almost metallic shimmer to some of it. I don't know.
As
This might actually be the
beautiful as
first
those are.
time James has ever seen a dragon scale. So thick hide, metallic sheen, sharp, armored, but far more flesh-like, less like jewelry.
It is
As
an
beautiful
interesting
as they
theory
are,
that
they're not the same.
it is an interesting theory that the dragons are some kind of golem imbued with the souls.
Topaz one very much seems that way. This was a bunch of these crystals, and I don't know. Can souls be trapped and used in that way?
Like
I-
possession?
I
mean, if you-
believe there's methods of trapping a soul for sure.
Can I insight check that? Do you know from firsthand experience?
Are you asking me out loud?
No, I'm rolling a 207 on an insight check, so it doesn't matter.
And we haven't come across any other gem-style dragons since.
Since that one, no.
So if somebody out there is harvesting these soul gems and they've created a golem of a dragon, and they've put a soul inside it of a dragon's soul.
It is so inefficient, though. With the Warforged, you need simply one gem, which acts as the brain, the nexus of the Warforged itself. The rest of it is simply metal.
But
Not simply, there's more to it than this, but
you said that this Xenopharius was awakened, correct? Maybe it wasn't an intentional thing to have that soul be bound to those crystals in that way. Maybe it was just something organic that happened. Nature is less efficient in a lot of means than we are in engineering and sciences.
These topazes were also not quite topaz gems, though. We, like I say, we didn't get we didn't sell this tonnage of topaz gem for the price that a ton of topaz gems would go for. There was something off about them at the same time, right?
Correct.
did we determine whether structurally they were similar to the crystals? What we just looked
Yes.
through?
Yeah, so the topaz is similar in structure to the stuff that we found in the lenses. It's not the same, but it has similarities to it.
What kind of Warforged would come out of a topaz gem? Like what? I suppose that'd be yellow, right?
Yellow, orange.
Because doesn't Braun have a yellow? One of his gems is yellow, isn't it?
No, it is cerulean with red specks.
That would be a good name for a knight, Sir Ulian.
Well, if Braun gets knighted, I think we have discovered his name.
Cerulean.
Sir Ulian Braun. That actually has a very nice ring to it.
Braun of Cerulean. So,
Sir Ulian Braun Zepson.
Sir Braun of Ulian.
I suppose now we ask the important question: how close are we to figuring this out, and what does that mean for what we're doing next?
I believe it's a much bigger picture thing here that we're looking at right now. Maybe we do need to come back down to deal with the problem that's on the ship. What did y'all find?
Don't want to alarm you, Zep, but there is an extra dimensional pocket on the ship that we have been in communications with some of the Fae. Bit of a Fae problem we got there. Might want to get that checked out.
Okay, who created a portal on my ship without permission?
That would probably be a Gourd question, but as he is currently unavailable,
We're having to deal with the repercussions.
It is a little bit outside of my area of expertise.
and while Ruby could certainly close a portal, I am a little less capable of doing so.
I suggested putting the portal inside of a bag of colding, but everyone said
No,
it
we're
would
not
blow
doing
up.
that.
I
And
can
so-
close the portal. It only matters that there are Fae, from what Siraj has said, that are still on the ship. If we close the portal and there's still Fae on the ship, they can just open the portal back up, or they'll find another way to get home. It doesn't solve the problem. The only way to solve the problem is to remove the Fae and get rid of the portal. So we need to address the Fae problem first.
Why they're here?
They
Aside
are
from
like
my
a
milk.
mafia. They're like a mafia of Fae. A mafia, if you would.
Can you talk to them in thieves' cant?
Fucking
I
finally,
can
someone
certainly
got the
try.
pun.
But I don't think that they speak thieves' cant. Thieves' cant is sort of more for, crimes that you need to talk about in places where crimes are not supposed to happen. And the Fae are very criminal people.
So bad I wanted to
Always
say,
supposed to happen.
I so bad wanted to say, like locking people into a building and burning it down.
Well,
Can
No,
you
let's move
rate out
beyond that.
That's cold, even for us. Oh.
So what do we do about this then?
I left a note. I gave them a note saying that we needed to talk because the cat was gone, and they gave us a note that was a moon with clouds. So presumably they want to talk at night. Maybe they can't come out during the day. I don't know.
sort of creature can't be out in sunlight. Stares at James.
As there's sunlight probably streaming through a window that he's standing in.
It's filtered through a glass.
He's got like a sun reflector on himself, just confused as can be.
Scanning, like.
No, it's
Any
it's
room
glass.
in this
need to
chick
work
is
on
going to
my
have that
complexion.
in Steps workshop.
He's wearing like the blue lens filter around his body.
Then we will wait until nighttime to speak to them.
Okay. So,
In the meantime, in that book that I had,
mhm.
there's two gems really that the topaz could be. Aureolan, the born leaders with a mind for administration, find them in positions of power within civil service of the realm. Just finger going down the page. That work as stewards, judges, or as court advisors. I don't know if that sounds much like a dragon, but you never know. Or it could be an amber soul, creatively driven, often trying to find purpose in the things they make. First, they're sometimes referred to as Faber souls. You'll find them in a workshop or a smithy. I imagine that's kind of probably the gem that you have, Zep. Making wondrous creations of their own like their creator made them. I don't know if either of these really suit a dragon, but I guess it doesn't necessarily need to.
That's how they apply to the Warforged.
Yeah. Or maybe a dragon's soul it overrides.
From your notes there, is there a name for these crystals rather than just crystals?
Crystal souls. They're Seleite. They're made from Seleite. Seleite. A rare underdark crystal used in the creation of Warforged. Seleite is a clear crystal until it's infused with magic, after which it takes a number of colors depending on the magic it retains. It's mined deep under the overworld territory of Legrungsland. It's sacred to some Durgar populations who openly wage war on miners and who would try and take it to the surface. Likewise, Durgar have been known to capture and dismantle Warforged to obtain their precious Seleite core.
That's it.
No.
It's all in this book that I...
Yeah.
Well, you just found what we're looking for. Cellulite.
That book's just been sitting here this whole time.
Well, I mean, that book is like it's a history of the Warforged book. It's just now that Valmir is reading it and put it together.
Can I have a bump to my intelligence score because of this?
No, I mean, no, you just learned how to read.
I will then go to my lapel where I have my sending capabilities to Marcus and finger the other button I have there and send one to the Iron Duke.
Mm-hmm.
And I will say, flail snail products used in making Eladrin spell cannon, eat cellulite, have significant magic amplifying properties. Frame and lens concentrate magical power of beam spells.
Did you know that they're only called cellulite if it comes from the crystal region in France. Otherwise, it's just known as sparkling rocks.
Oh god.
I think you'll find it.
It's a cartoon scene where somebody just throws the cat out the door and then closes the door.
No, in anime, this is where everybody just falls over.
Yes, that's exactly what just happened.
Just need to.
It's the scene from the Flintstones where Fred just throws Dino outside and then closes the door on him.
Where are you in the portal, Zaraj?
I'm
Solve the
sorry, I
problem.
couldn't hold it in.
Oh. That is a problem. Oh. You mean the Eladrin have managed to weaponize a source of precious elite and are feeding it to snails?
Basically.
This guy needs
Or
to
there's
utilize
another deposit underneath the Eladrin Empire.
the office, Kevin. Why use more word when less word do trick? Too many adjectives, bro.
Everybody
Robert
should just
Jordan?
operate under a sending spell. Can't get it across in 25 words or less. It's not worth it.
Basically the Twitter
You can't
of
say it in 25 words. Don't bother saying it.
It's literally Twitter. Sending is Twitter.
It's a less.
Yes, Eladrin likely do not have large deposits, so using different lesser source. Also, Topaz Dragon Gem similar in structure.
Had discovered that myself from deposit sold to me from you. Running theory on possibility of nature of Cellite. I think someone just attacked. I will get back to you very soon. My guards are not responding.
Did Zep's face change at all?
Yeah, color drains from his face at that last bit.
What's going on?
I have been in contact with the Duke of Lederungsland, and he is now aware of the nature of these weapons, but he himself is currently under attack. His guards are not responding to his calls.
The Eladrin have gone as far as Lederungsland?
Or an assassin has.
How quickly can we get there?
Weeks.
Plus, we are already on one set course.
Yeah, courses can always be changed, but we would not be even close to being in time to help with this. We must trust instead to the strength at arms of my people and his guards.
If we are deciding,
And Joanna, yeah.
What about her?
what about your friend Zedaar?
Yeah, him too, I guess.
I am reluctant to distract the Duke more. He is clearly busy right now.
If any place, from what I understand, is able to reproduce this item, it would be Lederungsland.
This is why I told him.
Perhaps the time comes for us not to return to Nardathel, but to return to Lederungsland. Or I should say, you all to return.
I think definitely Legerungsland would be the best destination after we get Gourd.
I
How
disagree. And I cannot believe I am saying this, but our greater objective is more important than this. We know that one of the artifacts is in Lederungsland, but we do not know where the others are. Our most important task is to find those and trust that the Duke is able to defend his own.
can we get more flail snail goop?
I would think it is a easier source to get than the gems themselves, the crystals themselves. This is why the Eladrin have been using it, because it is a more readily available source.
If they get their hands on Joanna, isn't this game over?
Joanna
Perhaps.
can definitely take care of herself, though.
Yeah, do not underestimate the power of the Duke and his daughter. Not least, of course, the Warforged Guards.
But will they use the extent of their capabilities when they're within their own city? They cannot dare operate at full capacity if they are great and powerful. They will destroy that which they are trying to protect.
Enough to stop them from being captured, I would imagine.
We don't know what force they're up against. The force they're up against is not afraid of destroying the city, so they will do whatever it takes to capture them. But your
Which is
friends
why-
might be reluctant to use their full capabilities.
Which just makes it even more important that we continue our side of the mission. This has been a side quest, almost.
We don't know who attacked. We don't know if it was the Eladrin, right? Could be anyone. Could be an assassin. It could be a
Dragons?
mob. Dragons.
How far have we flown already? Are we like at the point where we can send off the lenses
That would be tomorrow if you wanted
tomorrow?
to.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just trying to keep track of.
Yeah,
No,
you
time
are
frame.
like heading into late evening now. Like the sun is definitely going down.
Dinner bell's
Again,
gonna
begs
be
the
ringing soon.
question, if Legerungsland is better at replicating this tech, why are we taking it to Nardathel?
Because
Is it-
Nardathel can send it to Lederungsland. They are allied powers. We do not have time to make the full journey back ourselves. Remember, our ultimate objective was Atria. It is in the other direction.
Sorry, perhaps I don't understand. Why go to Atria at all?
Going to learn more about these seals.
There was a mage or was it like a fallen god that became...
It lives in Kaitang, yes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but the reason we were going to Atria was because no one has more knowledge about dragons than the dragon folk themselves. And we need to find out more about why the dragons are awakening and whether it is tied to some of the seals, which it most likely is.
So what we need to decide is whether we're going after the problem that is affecting the world or the problem that is affecting countries.
Precisely.
we're pretty sure at this point that they're the same source.
Not necessarily. I still believe that the Eladrin is simply a puppet in a greater machination.
So did Ruby, and so do I.
Zep, are you not able to replicate this lenses in your current workshop? It must be sent out to someone.
It was being sent out to assist in the war effort. One weapon is not enough. Having it here on the ship, though, would make our own jobs easier.
And we have enough data and blueprints drawn up where we can kind of small manufacture it here for our own purposes and defense, but to be manufactured on a greater war effort, it would need to be mass-produced and shipped out, exported. We cannot be the sole holders of this information.
No, we must get the blueprints at the very least out through secure means. I would, of course, prefer that it went to Lederungsland, but I must trust that we have our own allies in this cause and that the allies will see it disseminated properly.
Do they have the capability of scrying in Legernsland or in Nardathel?
I would imagine so.
Have them scry upon you. They can see around you, they can see the blueprints and copy it for themselves.
How long does Scry last?
15 minutes, I think.
Well, if they have the capabilities of scrying, I imagine they can do it for long durations and in
10 minutes.
shifts. So if they need people to copy this, we can just leave it out available for them to see. We can continue our travels in a different direction.
Thus begins the process of printing out photos of Zep Skyspan to every mage with a scry.
It gives you a region of things you could see. You could folks say, hey, here's the blueprint.
I know, but they need to know who Zep is to scry.
I think
That's what I'm
Zep needs
saying.
to make himself a lead Magneto helmet.
Just Zep postcards. Just to everyone.
Is that business cards? This is where business cards come in.
So,
Well, I imagine that there's people around that have seen him that are capable, right? You say your friend's powerful, right? The Iron Duke?
Probably the most powerful man that I know. I really wish I'd recreated that homing message now. That would have been useful right about this time. In fact, and Zap's gonna go and like sheaves and sheaves of blueprints, just like throwing the plans out to try and find the plans that he started on.
Catch him?
Mhm.
Can I just try and catch him and reorganize him as he's throwing them around?
yeah. No, it's you and Zep's assistant are going, oh no. Ah.
Please, I sorted this last week. Please.
Yes.
Steps knocking things off the table. Can I also assist? Just one. Just one.
Yes, absolutely. But Zep, what is it you're looking for?
The plans that I started making of my own homing missile based on the homing missile that the Duke launched at us.
From the raid, yeah, the drop pod, essentially, the supply drop. Sure.
Because I had started doing that, but I didn't spend very much time on it because I haven't had time.
Okay. What are you looking to do with it?
I was going to put a set of the blueprints inside the rockets and send it to the Duke.
Oh. Okay.
Did he say you couldn't do that?
Wasn't it like a bunch of like spells being cast on it in like a railgun formation in Egrungsland to get it to fly?
Mass driver male.
Yeah, it was like a mass driver made out the volcano castle, made into the volcano castle that is the Feston. But yes.
I didn't say I'd actually started making it. I was just theorizing about how it would be possible because that's how Zep works.
I have an idea. I don't know how Darius would feel about this, but Claudia is incredibly capable and very sneaky. She would make an excellent messenger. I just don't know if he wishes to part with her. It's something that we could discuss with them later.
The other option is if we.
Dick in bed.
The other option is if we make it to a city with a sky tower, I can be in touch with my Merchants Guild and use their network. They're very good at disseminating information quickly.
There is one in Nardathel, though it's kind of the opposite direction too.
It's closer, though. We did need to go, and we were already planning on heading that way. Just gives us more reason to go the full way.
But
And this is
we
the opposite
also
direction to Atria, though.
still need to
Othray
get
has a sky
Gourd.
tower, remember?
Where's Othray? Where is my map?
It's the
I will start throwing pages
it's the
again until I
peninsula.
find
It's the Nardathelian peninsula state that you know the king of, and the mage. Who it's also where the mage is doing the thing.
He's
It's just-
from.
yeah, it's where Ruby's from. It's where you've been for the majority of this series.
Hang on. We're being foolish because we're going to another continent. Is there not sky towers on this continent as well?
Yep.
To allow trade with the trader people there?
Correct.
There is one in Kozak.
There's one in
Yeah.
Corsac, and then there is one in Atria.
Well, I hate
Kozak.
to
Is on the way. Oh, sorry.
bring this up, but don't we still have to create our own spell guns so that we can blow up the ship so that we can rescue Gourd, or
It is what I've been working on, but this is my progress so far. You are stretching me a little thin right now.
We've been working on that all day, yes.
It's been one day.
I just
It's
mean,
been
it's
It's been like 16 hours. Like,
couldn't we, rather than send off all the information like what Sol said. Have them scry. They can
But they
write
need
it
to have
down.
something to scry on. They do not know who I am.
How does no? There's got to
The
be
only one
somebody
that
there who
could.
knows.
The only one that probably could, that we can contact this quickly, would be the Duke, and the Duke is a little bit busy.
Call back tomorrow.
Yeah, that is tomorrow.
25
tonight.
message answering machine. Sorry, I can't come to the phone right now.
This is what I was considering, maybe even in an hour. I just need to make sure the Duke has his faculties so he can defend himself and Joanna.
We do have an issue, though, that is currently on the ship that we also do need to address.
Don't think that's a overwhelmingly pressing issue. We didn't know that there was anything going on. I mean, so far these Fae have drilled the knees of another Fae that we also didn't know who existed. I mean, it's not. I don't think that's the pressing issue. The pressing issue is we need to get Gourd back.
The Fae can travel in the Feywild, no? And yes, they're bad people because they drill each other's kneecaps. But what if, hear me out, I'm spitballing, we give them the blueprints, they go through the Feywild, and they pop out, and then they give the blueprints to the Duke.
Oh,
Like a messenger.
I thought you were going more along the lines of let them have the large quantity of milk that they want, and maybe they can go get Gourd back for us. In that
That's
same manner.
also a very good idea, but he's currently being tortured, and I don't know if sending a torturer after a torturee is maybe a good idea. Maybe they just jump in and they're like, hey, we can help you with this, let's get his kneecaps.
Yeah, but they also have a certain set of skills, which the more... I look directly at Zedaar saying this, the more criminally aligned might have, which would be used in this situation.
I do like one of those smiles where like my teeth has like that ching, like
At the very least, they might be able to just keep an eye on him so that we always know where he is if we just keep supplying them with milk. We could use them as a resource. That will solve one of our problems that we can't go address right now because we have the countries in the worlds, the countries at war, and then the world has a greater problem with these seals that are being...
Yeah, but
put
we
in.
cannot provide a long-term source of milk. We have no cows on board.
Sol, are you okay to give up your milk for this? I mean, I kind of prefer Sol's
There is a-
cooking.
There is a goat on the board. There is a source of milk on the ship.
Okay.
There is a single goat.
First off,
Apparently a very heavily overworked goat now.
phrasing.
Yeah.
Yeah, asking
Oh,
woman
sorry.
for her milk is
No, that's not what I
No.
meant. I just
I feel like I missed something big there.
We won't worry about it. We'll move on.
I'll take
Sure.
things that keep me up every night for 500, Alex. I'll never forget that core memory.
And all I
unlocked.
know is that Zedaar wants Sol's milk.
No, I just mean I care a lot about Sol's cooking because it's delicious. And I don't care so much about a Fae addiction to milk. I would rather eat cream-based sauces than give in to the criminal demands of these little tiny people.
I think this is like the least pressing problem that
Until
we
it's not.
currently have.
But we can use them to our advantage, so...
And it's the one that's right in our face that we can take care of
Why
right
don't-
now.
Why don't we talk with them this evening and see what they are doing? If they turn out to be bad, we dump bombs and explosives inside the portal. They'll never come back.
But I'm the war criminal.
Yeah, that Zep's gonna kind of glance. towards Sol.
Even Breton looks over his whole like, really?
It was a joke. Sorry, I thought we were in the whole war crime thing. Looks at Zedaar.
Bad taste.
I'm here for him.
Zep,
Yeah.
you get a message.
Okay.
Sorry about that. Where was I? I wish to share some ideas with you soon. I have been working on a new spell. As long as you're willing. I need to rest first. Heavily. Dragon attack.
Hey, that's right.
I've just heard back from the Duke. He has survived. It was a dragon attack.
Somebody pick up the call tube. Or pick up the call tube, because I fucking called it.
They are getting more frequent.
Which is why we must make haste to the other continent. This is a distraction.
Would leave Gourd behind.
But maybe we use, like James said, who is very ready to give up on our friend here, but maybe we use the Fae to collect Gourd. After all, he owes them a great debt. They do not wish to have him out of their sights. If we can treat with them, perhaps we can send them on Gourd collections.
Or at the very least reconnaissance, so that we always know where he is and we can get back to him. We're not going to abandon your friend. That's not what I'm suggesting.
I would rather not get into repeat business with these people. If we're asking them to keep continual eye, we must keep continual payment.
Yes, but at the very least, they are businessmen if they are a mafia, and they will conduct business as long as it is profitable. So we can trust that.
In terms of hours and days, how much is an attempt to rescue Gourd going to cost us? And, well, I already know I'm willing to pay that.
As am I, but if we take time to rescue one person while we let the world explode, then we're not even rescuing one person if we all die.
There's no guarantee that that's the case. Maybe we're going to need Gourd to stop that from happening, and we let him rot in an Eladrin prison with some fucking mafia torturers looking after him to see where he is. It's insane. It's a crazy suggestion. We need to get him back.
To also not remember, the Eladrin are fey creatures themselves. They may have a greater connection to these creatures than we realize.
They could be spies on the ship, sure. Either way, we need Gourd back. I don't know why there's so much of a pushback against that fact.
Because it's a big picture thing, not a small picture thing.
And Gourd fits into that big picture.
No, he does.
Yes, he does.
A question for you, Valmir. Why didn't you fight harder to keep Zedaar here then? He made the choice to leave, but you didn't fight to keep him here. Gourd made the choice to sacrifice himself, and yet you're making the choice to fight to go and get him. What's the difference?
Zedaar left to go to Legrungsland, where we know he is of use. He is helping in this effort by keeping the Duke and his daughter safe. For all we know, Zedaar could have been absolutely instrumental in defeating the dragon that just attacked them.
So the semantics here is there might be some suffering involved.
No, the semantics is we might end up needing Gourd in this grander plan, bigger picture, and that we might fail without him.
No one person is that important, Valmir.
It isn't the fact that it's one person, it is the group. It is us as a team. And what does it say about the team if we just abandon one as soon as they're...
Technically speaking, only 2 of the original group, or 3 of the original group, are even here. I died.
I'd call you about a half then, if that's the case.
3.5 of you. 3.5 of us, yeah. No, there is no one person who is so critical to the nature of our operations that they cannot be sacrificed for the greater good. And I hate saying that. I hate saying that.
You say that as if it is the greater good is not pursued by...
How many people do you think just died in a dragon attack, Valmir? A problem that we can solve. versus one little light Leonin.
Well,
We actually
okay.
couldn't solve that, to put it in. We're over
I-
here. There's only so much we can control.
Stop playing devil's advocate. You have
What-
been here for 14 seconds. If we
What
go
we
to
need
Atria,
to do, we need to take out the Eladrin ships, regardless. We need to go to Atria and figure out what's going on, regardless. On the ship that Gourd is currently being tortured on, they probably have all sorts of communications, secrets, scrolls, all types of information that would be useful. They probably know more of what's going on in the grand scheme of things than we can piece together. No offense, Seb, you are very intelligent, but you just don't have all the pieces to the puzzle. If we were able to capture that ship, you might have a lot more information with which you can work with.
This is also true. But the point is, you say it as if it's we either follow the path of the greater good or we go get Gourd. And what I'm saying is you have no idea if the greater good starts with going to get Gourd. You have no idea. You have no way of knowing that. So, in the absence of that absolute knowledge, we should go with what is most moral and correct, and that's going to get Gourd.
no, it's going to get us killed.
You feel free to stay on the ship. We have to go get him. That's... Don't leave people behind. That's... not acceptable.
And not abandoning him. But there are bigger things to do.
If it were you, Saul, Breton would already be getting you back. And we would all be there with him. Not because it's our life's charge to take care of you, but because you are one of us.
And I would yell at every single one of you for doing it.
Cool. We'd allow you to yell to your heart's content. And that'd be preferable to leaving you in a prison. We were going to go on a detour from this greater picture to bring Ruby back. Those mages that we're talking about, the Archmage in Nardathel, we're going to go see them to get you back.
That is the difference that has been tried to point out again and again. We are saying that us, when he gestures around the room, and what this ship can manage, wants to take on one of the strongest forces the Eladrin Empire has managed to bring to bear.
But if we can isolate the ship by itself, then we just take that ship.
Yeah, we're not taking on the entire garrison.
Because the
Party.
other issue is that if there are any secrets that we can obtain through this, if they send him on a prisoner transport and they don't send him on that Spider Queen's ship or whatever it is, then we rescue Gourd and that's all we get is a Gourd, which I personally am happy with. But if they do send him on the ship with all the other information on it, we can weaken their forces, get the information, get the secrets, get the whatever we need from them, and now we're one step closer.
Let us take a moment and actually look at how this would play out step by step logically. Zep, would you be so kind as to call Marcus in here? You and he are both sailors of such expertise. I imagine you would be crucial in the planning of this event.
Yeah, of course. Marcus, could you join us in the workshop, please?
Yeah, I'm on my way.
I'm also, while I'm having a moment of quiet, glad you are okay. Is Joanna safe? The city, happy to hear ideas. Working on a Eladrin weapon blueprint will get it to you somehow.
Joanna is more than safe. City is repairable. Castle, repairable. Myself, repairable.
That's the way to phrase that.
Yeah, really.
They're the land of the Warforged. They know about a bionic armor too.
He's got one. I mean...
Oh.
Oh yeah, you haven't met this man. Yeah, he's like He's human, but he's been around for about 500 years through tech. He's a tech priest at
He's
this
a
point.
special lad.
He's a bionicle.
Technomancy.
Yeah.
He is a cyborg.
He's a cyborg. The man's a cyborg. His daughter's made of a life gem. It's, just like Rankslander things.
Here, we call it a Tuesday. The Duke is safe. Your Honor is safe. So that the immediate threat at least, has been thwarted.
It's good.
Soul will actually breathe out a pretty hefty sigh of relief.
I suppose we just take a moment to pause and wait for Marcus to get here.
Yeah.
Marcus enters.
As soon as Marcus enters, I want to interrupt everyone and just be like, Marcus, quick question. So realistically, if we were going to separate a ship holding a prisoner in a larger fleet of ships, and that prisoner was meant to be taken, and that prisoner was our best friend and love, Gourd, and it was going to go off by itself to go return a prisoner, do you think that they would send it on the fastest ship possible that may also contain, I don't know, state secrets? Or do you think that they would send it on a separate, slower prisoner barge without the state secrets? Keep in mind, it's Gourd that's on the ship.
Hypothetically speaking.
Hypothetically speaking.
Hypothetically speaking, I think you should go into that left-hand pocket of yours for a moment. Okay. Well, he sort of rubs his hair under his hat. I've never dealt with the Eladrin very much in terms of navally. First we would do would be to, most likely, depending on how important the prisoner was, we would either all of us go, or we would send one faster ship to do it as quickly as possible, or, well, normally we'd take them to port and then a skyship would pick them up and they'd deal with it, and we'd go back to what we were doing, but like Rangslander thinks. I would say it's possible for...
They're not going to send all of these ships, though, because then they would have to stop sieging down Redberry. So they're probably going to go with Plan B, send fast ship. Thank you, Marcus, for answering that with absolutely no emotional attachment at all, for being very objective.
Or they could go for the option C, I guess, which would be, go a less visible route and take a civilian ship for them. Wouldn't go amiss in the Bay of Gold. Then they could take as much time as they want. But then I'm just a conniving old bastard.
My point being is that once those ships start to move, we don't know where Gourd is. We don't know where Gourd is now. If we presume that it is on the main ship, the only way we can be certain of what we're doing is if we attack it while it's in the harbor. Marcus, assuming we were to take a bare bones crew to maintain a ship like that, how long do you think it would take them to get it in shape to sail?
Well, from the crew that we have aboard the ship that also know how to sail,
without compromising the Skyfire's ability to sail, of course.
Oh no, we're tip top on crew here. We should be able to sail with. I mean, we could go with 10 people. We've got 300, and the same it would be for a naval vessel. The more we have, the faster it'll happen, or it depends how prepared they are. If they were getting ready to leave and we took over a ship, it would just be as simple as manning the sails and the setting the course. It would almost instantaneously.
All right.
Now, maintaining a speed with a decimated crew is not as easy because the longevity of sailing and work.
So, in an ideal situation, we would take over the vessel. We would get it out far enough into the water that the Skyfire could safely transfer more crew to man the ship efficiently. So we put as few people at risk as actually taking the ship as possible. We know what the response time of the Eladrin are. We saw the flare that went up. Presumably they're still going to be on high alert, so we can expect that any sign of something suspicious going off, they're going to put an alarm out, they're going to gather and rouse their forces. That is what we can currently expect. The number we have to beat is we have to have control over that ship before that flare goes off.
We need to steal the ship, or we need to just sink it, grab Gourd, and grab paperwork and secrets and knowledge. I don't
If
think we
Gourd is
need the
not
ship.
on that ship, we can trade Gourd for that ship.
True, and also regarding the reinforcements, we could also provoke them to send those reinforcements somewhere else.
Diversions.
We could get in touch with our friends back in Ratberry to cause quite a commotion.
Those paladins,
The Eladrin already have felt what can happen when a force sallies forth. They will most likely be very concerned if another force were to sally.
If
Also,
there was something along the harbor line that the other ships could participate in, that would give them a cause to split their decisions.
so bare bones plan. We have, say, the paladins in the castle sally out, do some form of attack that will make the Eladrin respond somewhere along the coastline so that some of their ships may get involved as well. As soon as we see those flares go up, we get into position to board. Which ship? We could either go with their
Well, we already-
flagship, or
We
we
already
could.
learned he's on the Spider Queen ship, didn't we?
No,
assume-
you learned that he's
No.
on the flagship, which
right.
has the Spider Queen's ship moored next to it.
Yeah,
And the Spider Queen ship is faster.
that is the faster ship, yes.
We could always take both. We crew the Spider Queen ship to move, and we free Gourd.
How easy is it to destroy a ship like this? Zep, is it you just puncture a couple holes in the hull? Or I don't know, I've never taken a ship down. I would really like to, though. It's on my bucket list.
it involves fire, usually is the fastest. Your favorite thing.
No, James. Don't talk about that. We don't bring that up.
I've already brought it up as an option, but just as a means of
This-
disabling the sails.
In this instance, he is not wrong, and I'm not actually averse to it. I'm concerned with fire when it is going to cause collateral damage. Fire in a battle against a ship, the sailors can jump overboard into the water and then swim to safety.
While we are spitballing idea, if we are moving the Skyfire in position so that we can board the flagship, which is moored beside the Sea Matron's ship, could we drop something over the side of the Skyfire onto the deck of the Sea Matron's ship to set it alight? Barrels of pitch or what have you?
As long as we do not use alchemist fire, yeah.
Also, as a reminder, she's not always there. She does also patrol. You know that because you were stopped
got
on your
caught.
way in.
We were stopped by her.
And she may not even be there.
This
So
was just what
I-
Breton saw when on his overflight.
Yeah,
So why don't
which could
we
honestly be a bigger issue if she's not there.
do some reconnaissance? Let's figure out who is where and what is where. We have our spyglass. Let us get in range and see if we can take a look. I'm
Do we
done
have
with it
any-
for now.
Certainly be useful if we had a means to locate something that told us what God was.
Well,
I don't
see
have
if I
any
can
kind of
help with
locate
this.
object.
I
Do you
don't
know
think
of
I
anything
can.
special he was carrying?
Yeah, we know of his Gourd backpack.
And I was going to say, we know about the egg.
That works too.
They're keeping them
egg.
together.
So if we fly south another day, set off the smaller ship with the lens and blueprints, then we turn around, we put this plan into motion to attempt to rescue Gourd, and then we move on to Atria.
Or we do this now, and then we go into Atria, and then use the skyport in Atria to send the blueprints via the
That means
Skyspan.
turning around right now. I'm for it.
And when you message the Duke, can you ask if they can scry on you to take your notes? Is that possible?
Yeah, but it would be just the Duke doing it because he is the one familiar with me. And it would take many, many attempts to do this. Just getting blueprints is not something you can just eyeball. They're more complicated than this. Just look at the pages which they're still trying to pick up. Yeah, sorry about that.
Yes, you did make quite a mess.
Does the Duke not have a keen mind?
Huh?
I was just being the assistant as well. Oh, no, it's fine.
What's his name again?
Zep, what is his name again? If you remember.
Jonathan.
Well, Zep does that.
Jonathan?
Pascal. His name was Pascal.
Pascal. Yes.
Scout.
You're doing a really good job, Pascal.
Thank you, Miss. Hans, you sit and ponder. We're actually at the end of tonight's episode in terms of time. So, friends at home, you're going to have to join us in a few weeks' time now as we head into the holiday period. Things are going to get sketchier, as I said at the beginning of the broadcast, but we'll be back with the final parts of Season 2. Probably sometime later in December, but do join our Discord if you haven't already for a key update on that, and follow us on social media. But all I've got left to do is to thank those who have been here tonight. I've been joined by the wonderful DM Opal, DM Lake, Kinda Odder, Mordred Viking, Ghibli Jam, Lord Lambert, normally Commissar Roach, but sadly Roach could not be here today. I've been Midgeman. This has been the Elendor Chronicles, brought to you by the Component Cast. Join us tomorrow for not only our Zweihander game, but also a fun announcement. And we will see you next time. Bye-bye now.
Bye-bye.
Bye.